Dear party leaders, dear delegates, it is with profound gratitude that I stand before you today. In a reality vastly different from the turmoil we face back home in Ukraine. Here there are no air raid alerts, no thunderous explosions from Russian missiles, and no heart-wrenching news from losses on front lines and in neighborhoods. The gift of peace is immeasurable, a truth that British people understand well after the ravages of the Second World War. Ukrainians also want to wake up without bomb explosions. Yet to achieve this, we must defeat the Russian war machine and the shadow of Putinism, restoring Ukrainians' territorial integrity. The security situation in Ukraine remains dire. Just days ago, as I escorted my family to my parents' home in western Ukraine, the Russian missiles flew ominously overhead. The Russians continue to massively shell our cities and towns, launching up to 30, 40 drones and missiles of various types at once. I predict, unfortunately, an increase in attacks on critical port infrastructure and railway communications in the near future. They will try to freeze us again during the winter. But support, especially in the form of military aid, to counter the Russians on land, in the sky, and at the sea is critical. One cannot shield their family to defend their homeland with empty hands. The aftermath of the Russian war is devastating, leaving our streets populated with young people, maimed and traumatized. Each day lived under these conditions takes a toll on our mental well-being. Overcoming these challenges requires decisive actions and policy decisions within our country and coupled with the help of our global partners and the UK especially. Our goal is fair and inclusive recovery of Ukraine. To achieve this, our country must persist in democratization, infusing policies with purpose and progressive approaches. This includes supporting small and medium-sized business, providing meaningful employment for veterans and internally displaced persons, and intensifying our integration into the European community. By the way, social democracy exists in Ukraine, and this is thanks to your support, labor support. Many on the front lines battling Russian occupiers are young, progressive activists from SD platform, by the way. Like many of you here, it is our duty to ensure they and their families receive effective rehabilitation, social protection, and inclusion. We must empower our youth, encouraging their active participation in decision-making processes, and harness their initiatives to tackle the unique challenges that we are facing in our society. And we must, of course, support those Ukrainian women bearing a heavy burden due to this war, enhancing their access to education, healthcare, and economic opportunities, and enabling their active involvement in national and local decision-making processes. I implore you to continue to act in solidarity. Like Labour's call to repurpose sanctioned Russian state assets, to rebuild destroyed hospitals, schools, universities, and houses. I understand the challenges are immense, but with progressive politicians and members like those in the Labour Party, and dedicated members, by the way, of trade unions, everything is possible. To all the British people and party members who have stood with Ukraine, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. It is now my pleasure to introduce someone who I know has and will continue to be a strong, vocal supporter of Ukraine, Labour Shadow Foreign Secretary David Lammy.
Well, thank you, Bohdan. You epitomise the bravery and courage of every Ukrainian delegates. We meet as the dark clouds of Putin's war are raining bombs down on Ukrainian cities for the second year. And our message to every Ukrainian with us today is this: if Labour wins the next election, Britain's support for you will not waver. We will support you until you win. And when you win, we will support your rightful path to join NATO. Conference, let me start by addressing the events of the past few days. Labour utterly condemns Hamas's appalling attack on Israel. There is never a justification for terrorism. Labour stands firmly in support of Israel's right to defend itself, rescue hostages and protect its citizens. The hostages so cruelly taken, including children, should be released immediately, and Hamas's indiscriminate attacks set back the cause of peace. Both Israelis and Palestinians paying a terrible price. There will not be a just and lasting peace until Israel is secure, Palestine is a sovereign state, and both Israelis and Palestinians enjoy security, dignity, and human rights. And though it may never have felt more distant, we will not surrender the hope of two states living side by side in peace. Conference, all of us remember why we joined the Labour Party. For me, growing up poor in the shadow of Tottenham's Broadwater Farm estate, the moment came during Thatcher's government. I saw what happened to communities like mine when a Prime Minister acted only in the interests of a narrow group of wealthy supporters. I knew only Labour could stand up for working people, at home and on the world stage. Today, the Conservatives are missing in action again. Last month, Rishi Sunak became the first Prime Minister in a decade to skip the UN General Assembly. And while world leaders gathered for Climate Week, Sunak stayed in London to row back on climate and make up nonsense about 7 bins. Keir Starmer won't just turn up, he will stand up for Britain in the world. When the Tories betray our children on climate, we will stand up. When the Tories diminish Britain's influence, neglecting international development and the global south, we will stand up. When the Tories threaten to take us out of the European Convention on Human Rights, what will we do, Conference? We will stand up. When the Home Secretary attacks LGBTQ plus refugees, what will we do? We will stand up. And when they say that we can't work closely with our friends in Europe anymore, what will we do, Conference? We will. Because Labour values do not stop at the English Channel. We are the party of internationalism, the party of Attlee and Bevin, NATO and the United Nations. Labour will reconnect Britain for our security and our prosperity, because we know a strong Britain is not a lonely Britain, but a united kingdom whose alliances give us strength. Delegates, I'm proud that 4 years ago I was vice chair of Keir Starmer's leadership campaign. His transformation of our party offers our first real chance to win a general election in a generation. But we must be sober about the responsibilities that we hope to inherit. Since I was last a minister, the world has become more dangerous. War on our continent, a climate emergency, dizzying technological change, rising powers, and energy weaponized. In this new world, foreign policy has increasingly become industrial policy. Biden's Inflation Reduction Act, the EU and China's industrial strategies are changing the balance of power. In only 3 years, China has become the world's largest car exporter, with over 280 gigafactories. The United States has over 30, Germany has 9, and Britain, just 1, is producing batteries so far. Delegates, the Conservatives' moth-eaten, laissez-faire economics has made Britain poorer. No plan for industry, no plan to secure critical materials, no net zero, just zero. With Keir Starmer's Green Prosperity Plan, Jaheem GB will finally enter the race. My Foreign Office will champion Keir's 5 missions and Rachel Reeves' secure economics on the world stage, delivering national, economic and climate security through diplomacy, tackling the climate crisis and creating good jobs. When I visited Kyiv with my friend John Healy, anti-corruption campaigners told me Britain must stop Putin's cronies laundering their dirty money in our capital. Dictators' stolen cash fuels crimes on our street and turns London's homes into the bitcoins of kleptocrats. Labour will turn up the fight against kleptocracy. That's why today I'm announcing a new whistleblower scheme to reward those who expose stolen assets, sanction breaches, and help to recover misappropriated funds. Under the Tories, Britain became the money laundering capital of the world. With Labour, Britain will be the anti-corruption capital of the world. And foreign policy should be about trade. But the Tories have forgotten that too. Earlier this year, the Conservative Party press office attacked me for saying that improving our relationship with the European Union will be a priority. Conference, I'm happy to repeat it. If you've forgotten that Britain's trade with Europe is a priority for our economy, you need to wake up. If you've forgotten Britain's alliances with Europe are a priority for our security, you need to wake up. And if you've forgotten, we need to work with Europe to tackle organised crime, you need to wake up. If you've forgotten, universities in the UK depend on our links with Europe, you need to wake up. And conference, if you've forgotten The French president is our friend and not our foe. You need to wake up. With Labour, there will be no return to the single market or the customs union. But Keir Starmer is committed to improving our relations with Europe, delivering Britain a much better deal than we've got, and seeking a new security pact to keep our country safe. The first duty of any government is to protect its citizens. The joy of having Nazanin Zaghari-Ratcliffe with us this week has been profound. But it's also a sober reminder of other British nationals still waiting for justice. Labour's pledge is simple. We will implement a new legal right to consular assistance and appoint a special envoy for Britons wrongly detained abroad. Conference, in the next general election, our offer will be based on hope, not fear. The hope of ambition matched by a plan. The hope of a united team of ministers working for green prosperity. The hope of defeat for Putin's imperialism and peace in Europe. The hope of leading again on international development with my friend Lisa Nandy. The hope of a Britain reconnected for our security, for our prosperity. These are the winds of history only a Labour government can sail. And delegates, I make this promise to you today. If we win, you will no longer be embarrassed by our leaders. Labour's mission-driven government will make you proud, and we must win, so we can say no more Tory little England. Great Britain got its future back. We are a country that can dare to hope once again. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for that inspiring speech, and thank you, Bodan. Our next speaker is John Healy, the Shadow Defence Secretary.
Conference, it's a pleasure as always to address you, and a pleasure also to follow David. We work a great deal together, including our visit this month to the US, the most essential UK ally. And as we said in Washington, with threats increasing and with the war in Ukraine, security is now at the heart of every nation's interests. And these words have special shocking significance for Israel today. We utterly condemn the attacks. We support Israel's right to defend itself. We pray all hostages return safely. Conference, a year has passed since we last met here in Liverpool. And back then, we all hoped by now the conflict in Ukraine would be over. But war still rages. Cities still bombed, civilians still raped and killed. When President Zelensky addressed Parliament earlier this year, he said, "London has stood with Kyiv since day one." Mr. President, I'm proud to say Labour has stood with Kyiv since day one. And now on day 592, We will continue to stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes to win. Ukrainians are fighting a tyrant ready to redraw borders by force, who murders his own people, targets our democracy, and disregards UN law. Ukrainians are fighting for the values we share: freedom, democracy, human rights, the rule of international law. That's why the defence of the UK starts in Ukraine. So from this conference, let Putin be in no doubt. There may be a change to Labour next year, but there will be no change to Britain's resolve to stand with Ukraine, confront Russian aggression, and to pursue Putin for his war crimes. I'm proud of the UK leadership on Ukraine. I want to be proud still in 6 months. But just when Britain should be accelerating support and rebuilding our stockpiles, the government's on a go-slow. It took 287 days after Putin invaded for ministers to sign a new contract for vital anti-tank weapons. 503 days for ministers to agree a new contract for ammunition. And still, 7 months after announcing £2 billion to replenish stockpiles, ministers have still not spent a single penny of this money or signed a single contract. So I can announce today, Labour in government will accelerate this £2 billion spend to rearm Britain, resupply Ukraine, and boost British industry. Conference, from the British troops deployed with NATO to our submariners at sea with our UK deterrent. Labour is proud of our armed forces and proud of our veterans. This is now a different era, demanding different decisions. But Labour will always do what's required to defend this country. When we last left government, we were spending 2.5% of GDP on defence. The British Army had 100,000 full-time troops. Satisfaction with service life was at 60%. Labour levels not matched in a single Tory year since. Britain is weaker in the world after 13 years of Conservative government. Ben Wallace said himself, our armed forces have been hollowed out and underfunded by the Tories. In 13 years, they've cut the army to its smallest since Napoleon, scrapped 1 in 5 of our Royal Navy ships, and taken 200 aircraft out of RAF service. In 13 years, they've left forces families living in damp housing. They've let morale in the services fall to record lows. In 13 years, they've failed to fix the broken procurement system, wasting billions and too often creating jobs abroad, not building in Britain. The greatest risk to UK defence is another 5 years of Conservatives. And my pledge to the British people and to the men and women who serve is that Britain will be better defended with Labour. First, we will reinforce protections to our UK homeland. Second, we will ensure that our NATO obligations are fulfilled in full. Third, we will make allies our strategic strength by developing deeper Indo-Pacific partnerships and striking new defence pacts with Germany and France and the European Union. Fourth, we will renew the nation's moral contract with those who serve, and will create a strong, independent champion for our forces and their families. And fifth, we will drive deep procurement reform to direct British investment first to British jobs and British workers and British business. This is how Labour will make our country secure at home and strong abroad. Conference, Tony Blair once said, the difference between opposition and government is this. In opposition, you wake up every morning and ask yourself, what can I say today? In government, you ask, what can I do today? Conference, we have this one single purpose, to win a Labour government. Together we can win. Together we will get Britain its future back. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Conference, because the MPF report was agreed yesterday, there are no references back this year, or rather I should say no references back were submitted so that the whole report could be agreed yesterday. This means we can jump straight into our composite motions. Composite 1 is on defence, and that will be moved by Barrow and Furness CLP and seconded by Wallasey CLP. Could the mover and seconder make your way to the Speaker's desk? But also, could the mover and seconder of Composite 2, Ukraine, please also get yourselves registered at the Speaker's desk? Barrow and Furness, are you ready to come? You just need to check in with the desk. Thank you.
Good morning, Conference. I'm Dave Webster, Chair of Barrow and Furness CLP, and I would like to propose the following. The first duty of any government is to keep Britain safe and protect our citizens. In a world which is becoming increasingly unstable, a future Labour government must ensure Britain is properly equipped to take on the threats facing this country. Labour's support for NATO, our nuclear deterrent and our armed forces will remain absolute. Labour will ensure our defence spending meets our NATO commitments. Labour will invest in the UK's defence manufacturing base. Labour guarantees continued long-term UK support for Ukraine and will work with allies to provide the assistance it needs to defend itself. A Labour government will seek new alliances and deepen others to strengthen our resilience to new threats, including a new EU-UK Security Pact and developing the new AUKUS partnership. Under the Labour government, Britain will take an active role in international efforts to secure strategic arms limitation and multilateral disarmament, and reduce nuclear risks. This is not only about defence, it is also employment across the nation. Companies like BAE may build military equipment, but they need to be supplied with the materials to build and to bring employment across the country. I live in an area that builds nuclear submarines, our deterrent. But look across the river and you will see 3 naval ships being in dock. Go up to Glasgow and you will see the latest surface ships, destroyers and frigates. But we need to also look at the support for our ground forces and air force and ensure they are supplied with equipment that is fit for purpose. Conference, I ask you to fully support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. And now can I see Wallasey to second that? I just wanted to check also, has Mid-Sussex registered with the desk as the seconders for the next composite? Okay, Wallasey, you have the floor.
Conference. Councillor Paul Stewart, Wallasey CLP delegate and Will Council leader. Conference. The first duty of any government is to keep Britain safe and protect our citizens. A future Labour government must ensure Britain is properly equipped to take on the threats facing our country in a world becoming increasingly unstable. And this is what this motion does. Conference. Labour's support for NATO, our nuclear deterrent and our armed forces will remain absolute, and our nuclear deterrent support is total, which we maintain on behalf of NATO allies. We will upgrade the UK's deterrent and build on the 4 new submarines at Barrow. As a permanent UN Security Council member, we want to see Britain doing more to lead efforts in securing strategic arms limitation and multilateral disarmament. We are the party of NATO. Labour values of democracy, freedom and peace are embedded in its founding treaty. Article 5 is a cornerstone of the NATO alliance and Labour's commitment to Britain's security. We are deeply proud of our armed forces personnel, veterans and their families for their contribution to our country. From deployment abroad in response to the invasion of Ukraine to deployment at home during the pandemic, our armed forces are essential to our national defence, resilience and NATO obligations. Theirs is the ultimate public service and they are rightly respected worldwide. Labour will ensure our defence spending meets our NATO commitments. The Conservatives have damaged our standing in the world, so that's why this motion stresses that Labour government will seek new alliances and deepen others to strengthen our resilience to new threats, including the new EU Security Pact, developing the new AUKUS partnership. After 13 years of Tory defence cuts and a 28% shrinking of our defence troops by 2025, Labour must
gone over
reclaim
time, sorry.
that we are the party of national defence. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you. So, in a minute, we're going to start taking speakers from the floor, but first we need to see Runnymede and Weybridge CLP to move Composite 2, followed by Mid-Sussex CLP to second it.
Conference. I'm Elaine Percival from Runnymede and Weybridge, CLP, home of Magna Carta, Royal Holloway University, and we're very proud to say former Labour MP for Mid-Staffordshire and Deputy Speaker of the House of Commons, Dame Sylvia Heal. I'm a first-time delegate and a first-time speaker, and it's my first time at conference. I'm proposing the motion today on solidarity with Ukraine. The Labour Party stands absolutely shoulder to shoulder with the people of Ukraine in their fight against tyranny, as we always have done as a proud internationalist party. Keir Starmer and David Lammy have been clear since the beginning of the conflict that we stand behind Ukraine in its self-defence and that a Labour government will continue this proud record. Conference, we must support Ukraine to victory. But we must support the people of Ukraine in we must support the people of Ukraine in rebuilding their country, their economy and their lives. I don't have many kind things to say about the record of this Conservative government, but working with our allies in NATO and around the world, the UK has isolated Putin and Russia, has helped train thousands of armed forces and provided millions of pounds in military aid. Conference. Let's send the people of Ukraine the signal that a Labour government would continue that proud track record of support. I move.
So, before Mid-Sussex speaks, you can come up, but before Mid-Sussex speaks, I'm going to call for a round of 4 speakers so that they can get registered and be ready. So I think I can see someone in a purple outfit there. Purple, that, yep. And is Unison over in that direction? That's here. Yeah, that's and in the red, yep. And yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to get a full view of it so that I'm seeing all around the room. So over at the, because I want to take people from different bits of the room, and it's even with my distance glasses on, this is like really difficult to see where hands are up. Can I see that? Delegate with the hand up, yes, spotted you. And so that's 3 people, and no, I think we're on 3 so far, and over here. Okay, I'm just trying to work out who over here. Because actually, I think over right at the back in the southwest, I can see there's someone. It's not that I'm biased, but I think I can see someone with vaguely reddish hair. They found themselves.
Disgraceful favouritism.
Yeah, disgraceful favouritism. Lisa was saying that's the only favouritism that I'm going to show. So I think that's 4. Okay, I'll try and bring. I'm conscious of everywhere else where people have got their hands up. Yeah. Yeah, you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. I'll also get the cheap clap for first-time delegate, implausibly, Ian Ross from Mid-Sussex. So thank you to those who've made it to the hall this morning for this important debate. I think what I would say is this motion is the least we can do, because the signal we send from this room, from everyone here, is important. We can only watch with horror as a nation defends itself with resolve in the face of an aggressor. President Zelensky has spent the last 2 years travelling around, making his case physically and virtually. A case for his country that doesn't just talk about the invasion as a territorial dispute. He vividly illustrates that it's a fight for the moral idea of peace in Europe. And this is an idea that we believe is worth fighting for. Almost 50 years ago to the day, Harold Wilson, the then leader of the Labour Party, said that the Labour Party is a moral crusader, it's nothing, and he too was Prime Minister within a year. We, in opposition and in government, stand in solidarity with the Ukrainian people, and we'll say that whilst we will bring change to Britain, we will not change on this issue. We will bring the same support, the same resolve, the same resources for the people of Ukraine to continue their fight. We must support this motion, and we must stand by Ukraine. Thank you.
Okay. Have we got the delegates are registered? Yes, you're up first.
Lucy Rigby, PPC for Northampton North.
Conference, I was 13 when my dad was deployed to Bosnia as part of the NATO-led force to maintain the ceasefire in the Bosnian War. And a decade later, slightly younger lawyer than I am now, I joined the United Nations International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, the body established to bring some semblance of justice to bear for the crimes against humanity that took place during that Balkan conflict. And I will never, ever forget the testimony of the witnesses to torture, sexual violence, ethnic cleansing, but I will also never forget the unbelievable courage of those who testified, men and women who had been through that horror and who were nevertheless committed to the process of justice and accountability. And it showed me most of all the necessity of defending international law, the importance of the international community and Britain's role within it. And that is why I am so proud of our party's steadfast commitment to Britain's role in the world, to internationalism and to NATO, that vital strategic alliance, the creation of which the great Labour Foreign Secretary, Ernest Bevin, was so instrumental too. That is why I'm so proud that it's our party that's been calling for an international tribunal alongside the International Criminal Court to deal with Russia's ongoing crimes of aggression against Ukraine. I'm so proud too of everything our wonderful community in Northampton is doing to support Ukraine. But Conference, above all, I am so proud of our party's unwavering commitment to defending freedom and our values, our steadfast support for the Ukrainian people and our commitment to their pursuit of the justice that they deserve.
Liz Snape, Unison, proud to be supporting this motion on the Ukraine. And Conference, as trade unionists, international solidarity is part of our DNA. And that is why I'm so proud that Unison was the first trade union to categorically condemn Putin's invasion of the Ukraine. And we showed solidarity wasn't just about words, it was also about action. And that is why, through our international team, we continue to mobilise support through the international trade union movement, through the TUC. It's why we're in regular contact with our sister unions across the Ukraine, people that are in constant hassle and absolutely under siege. And it's why a team of Unison members from the London Ambulance Service trekked 1,000 miles across Europe to Poland in a humanitarian convoy. They delivered reconditioned ambulances filled with medical supplies to be used by our sister unions in their ambulance service, dealing with those terrible casualties, as well as vans filled with items from clothing to toiletries for the Ukrainian refugees on the Ukrainian border. Solidarity is part of our union movement, and it is also sits at the heart of our party. Never underestimate that power of solidarity, however big or however small. And as we approach the 600th day of this barbaric war, today's motion calls on us to draw on that solidarity once more. We cannot let this war fade from the news or fade from our memories. Conference, the Russian invasion has caused untold devastation to the people of the Ukraine. We must all stand resolute, and as Bohdan said this morning, Conference, our only route to peace and freedom is solidarity with the Ukrainian people. Slava Ukraina!
Good morning, Conference. I'm Fred Thomas. I'm our candidate for Plymouth Moorview. As a captain in the Royal Marines, I served our country for 7 years. Thank you. I led teams on operations around the world, and I saw our foreign policy being put into action. I saw development policy being put into action, and I delivered on our defence policy. And I saw when things went well and when things didn't go well. This year, I left the Royal Marines to stand for Labour in Plymouth Moorview, where I live, where I'm very proud to live, and where we have so many veterans, people who've served this country, and so many people who continue to serve this country in the forces. And when we speak about those things that the Conservative Party have let happen, like shoddy military housing, like poor procurement, and like dodgy policies, I've experienced them. And the people I live with in Plymouth Moorview have experienced them, and it's not good enough. Plymouth is not being looked after, our country's not being looked after, and what we need from our government is improvements here, but also improvements around the world. And that's why I'm so incredibly proud to stand here today as a Labour candidate, because I know that what we've got in our shadow cabinet is people who are really serious and really qualified to lead the world again, because that is our responsibility as a country. It's not a choice that we can duck out of. It's something we have to do. We have the experience, we have the know-how, we have the seat at the table globally. It's waiting for us, and I'm really, really proud to be part of a movement that is ready to do that again. Thank you.
Coming up, and I think we've got time to take one more from the floor. So over there in the GMB block. Yep.
Conference, good morning. Councillor Lyden from Ealing Central and Acton CLP. I am proud today to speak in favour of the Ukraine motion. As someone who works and is involved in the realm of foreign policy, I am acutely aware of the weight of responsibility that rests on our shoulders given the current geopolitical realities we find ourselves in. We stand today in the shadow of a continued tragedy unfolding in Ukraine, a nation that has borne the brunt of an invasion by a force determined to undermine the principles that uphold international peace and security. The suffering endured by the people of Ukraine is a stark reminder that aggression and territorial violation must never go unchecked. It is incumbent upon us to not only extend our heartfelt solidarity to the people of Ukraine, but also to offer them a steadfast support that they need in their struggle to defend their territory, their sovereignty, and their right to determine their own destiny. This support must extend beyond mere words, encompassing tangible, long-term commitments that empower Ukraine to rebuild, heal, and safeguard their future. We must also recognise the significance of investing in our own defence manufacturing base, a robust and self-sustained defence industry that not only ensures our own national security, but also bolsters our capacity to support allies and partners in their times of need. Now, more than ever, we must recognise the critical importance of working hand in hand with our allies across the international community. Together, we must marshal our resources, our resolve, and our diplomatic abilities to hold those who violate international norms to account. So together, let us stand with Ukraine, and in doing so, stand for the principles that define us as a community of nations, as Labour who is committed to a future of peace, prosperity, and shared progress. Thank you.
Chair, conference. Martha de Bruxelles, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. I represent the GMB Union, speaking on support of Composite 1 and 2. Conference, life changed forever for millions of people on the 24th of February 2022. Russia's full-scale violation of Ukraine was an appalling violation of international law that left a trail of war crimes in his wake. The terror weight in Ukraine must be defeated, and that means providing all the moral and material support the Composite calls for. At GMB, we have been steadfast in our solidarity for the people of Ukraine and Ukrainian trade unions who are asking for this support. That will continue to be until we see an end to the conflict and hope for one day all the Ukrainians will be free. Conference, GMB is a defense manufacturing union. We represent thousands of workers who are essential to our own and the security of all our allies. We are proud of that. The Conservative government over the last 13 years has hollowed our defense manufacturing base. We need a defense industry strategy to rebuild our lost capacity. Yesterday's conference voted on the National Policy Forum document that stated that Labour will work to secure a 30-year pipeline of order that can be delivered investments and high-quality apprenticeship in the UK shipyards that they are essential to our national security. We need a Labour government to stand up for the industry, not just in shipbuilding, but also elsewhere in artillery production and vehicles as well. Our defence manufacturing base needs the investment needed to defend the UK and provide long-term assistance to the people of Ukraine. Conference, please support the Composite 1 and 2. Solidarity with the people of Ukraine. Solidarity with the struggle with freedom. We stand with Ukraine. Thank you.
A really appropriate note to end the floor contributions on. To close the session, I'm delighted to ask Lisa Nandy, the Shadow Minister for International Development, to speak.
Well, conference delegates, friends, how on earth do you follow that? It was a delight to see so many incredible contributions from the floor, to hear the support for our friends in Ukraine, and to hear so many women in a debate about internationalism and foreign policy. I am Lisa Nandy, Wigan CLP, delighted to be your newly appointed Shadow Cabinet Lead for International Development. There is just one thing that I hate about that, and that I firmly intend to lose. Let's make sure, friends, that next time we meet, this time next year, David and John and I have lost that word shadow and become the first Labour cabinet in a generation to change Britain. Because across the world, the progress that we once thought inevitable is in retreat. Just as the girls in Afghanistan shut out not just from school, but from the lives they expected to lead. Or the LGBT community in Uganda, persecuted and killed for loving who they love. Or the children in East Africa starving because of inaction on climate change and the war in Ukraine. It is the starkest reminder that the arc of history doesn't always bend towards progress. And here at home, the government plays fast and loose with the lives of the most vulnerable people on the planet, an act of vandalism to one of the greatest gifts that we've given to the world. Imagine what Labour's first overseas development minister would have made of the idea that this great island nation can't look after people at home and show leadership overseas. Conference, Barbara Castle wouldn't have stood for it, and neither will I. So we will bring the same energy and commitment to international development, but to changed times. Because the last time we ousted the Tories, democracy was on the march. Now it's in retreat. Nations that once came together to solve our shared challenges are unable to rise together to meet these stormy times. That's why the next Labour government will do things differently. We'll throw out the old tired model of charity handouts, and we'll embrace a new approach based on respect. A genuine partnership with the Global South, supporting their plans to eliminate poverty, tackle climate change, and reach the global goals. We'll bring together British charities and churches, businesses and universities to create systemic change, recognising that trade and jobs and livelihoods are as important as vaccinations, food and clean water. We're committed to spending 0.7% of GNI on development as soon as the fiscal situation allows, but we won't stop there. We'll share British expertise in cutting-edge data technology and use our influence to unlock new global private financing. Our politics has been too small for these times. We need big ideas for big problems. We'll rebuild the culture in government that stimulates the innovation and thought leadership that once earned us the title of a development superpower. Together, we'll build economies and public services that allow host nations to invest in their people and create the next generation of leaders and innovators at home to tackle underlying debt and harness technology so we all benefit from the clean energy revolution. We do this because it's the right thing to do and because it's the only thing to do. Security at home depends on stronger global partnerships to tackle the growing influence of Russia and China. Honesty about immigration means recognising and tackling the poverty and climate change and conflict which force people to move. Good jobs here in Britain rely on pioneers like the scientists in Oxford whose malaria vaccine will save countless lives overseas and create opportunities at home. Reconnecting Britain to the world so we can face the future together. And Conference, I tell you today that my absolute priority will be to embolden and empower women and girls in every part of the world. In 2023, that 130 million girls are still denied the right to education, and women hold just 25% of parliamentary seats worldwide, and 1 in 3 of us endures physical or sexual violence at least once in our lifetime, is not inevitable. So we will stand with the women who are changing the world and put them at the heart of everything that we do, with the women in Ghana and Bangladesh who against all odds are becoming engineers and innovators, transforming their countries. And with the brave women from Belarus to Afghanistan who are rising up to demand not just rights, but political power. Let the message from this hall ring loud and clear. If you look the other way, as sexual violence is used as a weapon of war, if you deny us education, deny us the vote, deny us opportunity, if you attack women's rights anywhere, then you attack them everywhere, and we will not stand for it, because women's rights are human rights and human rights are non-negotiable. Conference. We know that by the strength of our common endeavour, we achieve more than we achieve alone. That is why we will reject the false choices and stand with our friends across the world once more. Never let them say it can't be done. We are the party that gave the world the first ever Climate Change Act. We introduced civil partnerships here at home, and we flew the pride flag over British embassies in countries where loving who you love is a crime. We lifted 1 million children out of poverty here in the UK and 3 million a year every year overseas. We opened up university education to a generation of children at home, and we helped 40 million children into school worldwide. We were the light on the hill for people at home and overseas. That is what it means to give Britain its future back. So we will go out with courage and conviction and build the country and the world we want to see, and we will do it the only way that counts, together. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. That was brilliant and concludes the international debate. I'm really proud of the conference today for all the contributions, both from the platform and the floor. We live in very scary times with the horrific terrorist attacks that have just happened in Israel and the war that's ongoing, the people of Ukraine fighting for their freedom. And I think the speeches today were really of appropriate seriousness given that backdrop. The votes on those two composite motions will be at the end of the morning session, and I'm now going to leave the chair and hand it over to my friend Wendy Nichols.
Good morning, Conference. We're now moving on to our first mission plenary on growth for higher living standards. This session includes 3 composite motions: critical infrastructure, industrial strategy, education and skills, and social care workforce. The debate will continue on this session after lunch, and it will then include a composite motion on technology and AI in the workplace. We will also have speeches from Thangam Debbonaire, that's the Yorkshire twang, I can't get around that, Peter Kyle, and of course Rachel Reeves. But first, to open the debate is Liz Kendall. Thank you, Liz.
Conference. I've spent my life tackling poverty and inequality. And as Labour's Shadow Work and Pensions Secretary, that's what I'll do again, working with colleagues across our party to provide opportunity and security for all. All around us, every day, we see the costs of Tory failure. Parents working 12-hour shifts in shops and cafes, but struggling to pay basic bills. Mums forced to give up work because they cannot afford childcare. A country where there are now more food banks than police stations. This must end. Last week saw an endless parade of Tories claim they are the party of freedom. Do me a favour. The Tories have starved so many people of opportunities, of hope. That's what poverty and insecurity does. And it is our job, Labour's job, to set people free. Real freedom means going as far as you want in life. But today, too much of your future is still determined by where you're born, your class, your gender, and the colour of your skin. Because Tory freedom is tax cuts for the rich and benefit cuts for the poor. Now, Labour knows real freedom and real prosperity starts with working people. It's built from the bottom up and the middle out. And when the working classes and the middle classes prosper, our country prospers too. So we must harness our greatest asset, the talents of the British people. Too much talent is wasted today. Poverty is soaring, and the cost to the taxpayer is spiralling too. Conference, Britain isn't working. Over 2 million people shut out of the workplace because of sickness or disability want to work. The over 50s, especially women, struggling with poor physical health and caring responsibilities. Young people with mental health problems, lacking basic qualifications, on the back foot before they've even begun. Under Labour, this will change. Our top priority will be ensuring everyone who can work does, because we believe the benefits of work go beyond a payslip and in the dignity and self-respect good work brings. So we will tear down the barriers to success. We'll tackle the root causes of worklessness, recruiting thousands more mental health staff and overhauling skills, so no one is ever written off again, whatever their age. We'll transform employment support so it's tailored to individual and local needs, families and communities doing well together. And because there should be no limits to the ambitions of working people, transforming the quality of work will be a driving mission. Only 2 things ever stop you living on poverty pay: the law and a trade union membership card in your pocket. And Labour will strengthen both. Our New Deal for working people will cut poverty, increase wages and improve workers' rights. And we'll make sweeping changes to job centres so they don't just help people get work, but get on in their work. This is our contract with the British people. Real opportunities matched by the responsibility to take them up, because that's what true fairness is all about. And Conference will deliver real security too. The last Labour government lifted 2 million children and pensioners out of poverty. Today, our ambition is undiminished, our resolution redoubled. So we will reform universal credit to protect people when they need it and to genuinely make work pay. We will champion equality for disabled people, and we will deliver a bold, new, cross-government child poverty strategy and ensure decent state and second pensions for all. Now, Conference, despite all the problems and challenges we face, I am optimistic and hopeful about the future, because I see the talents and, above all, the decency of the British people. They need a government that is on their side, and that is what Labour will deliver. And to the country, I say, our mission will be to set you free, to provide the opportunities you need to live the life you choose and the security to make that freedom real. Together, we will build a brighter Britain and give our country its future back. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. And we move now on to the composites. And the first is composite 3, Unite to move and ASLEF to second. Can I ask someone from ASLEF to come down? And then can I have the movers and seconders of the next two composites, GMB and Community, and Unison and Doncaster Central, so that we can try and move. Thanks, Sharon.
Sharon Graham, Unite, moving composite 3. Friends, I want to start by thanking all workers in Britain who fought the profiteers as well as this shameful government, who put the stake in the ground. Workers who took action and are taking action at great personal cost, who made the choice to put others before themselves and defend working people from the biggest attack on living standards in generations. Friends, let's send our support from this hall today to NHS workers, bus workers, railway workers, steel workers, teachers, and many more besides. Thank you for what you do. Solidarity to you all. And friends, how did we get here? A £2 trillion economy, the 6th richest economy in the world, where workers and communities are merely existing and we don't even own our most basic of needs. The big question for the next government is who pays for the crisis, because it certainly cannot be the same everyday men and women who paid for the last one. The financial crash in 2008, that pain was not shared. 10 years of austerity, 10 years of pay cuts, and 10 years of devastated communities. And then who was it who went out in the pandemic to save lives and keep food coming in? Those same ordinary men and women. And how were they rewarded? Pay cut after pay cut after pay cut. So friends, our economy is broken. This Tory government has done exactly what it says on the Tory tin: make the rich richer and enable rampant profiteering. But Labour's mission is fundamentally different. Labour's job is to be the voice of workers and our communities, and yes, to make different choices. We must take our energy back into public hands. In France, they own their own energy, which has meant lower bills for the French people. While in Britain, we have let energy monopolies fill their boots by picking the pockets of UK workers. How they must have laughed. And there it is, crystallised in one crisis, the stark failure of mass privatisation, the abhorrent spectacle of grasping corporations making billions while ordinary people live hand to mouth. And friends, we have done it before. We have done it before in 1945. Despite the ravages of war, a Labour government made a choice to build the NHS and a more just society, where it mattered less the family you were born into and more about the contribution you could make. So Labour, now is the time to be bold, to do what it says on the Labour tin: back ordinary men and women and be their voice. The people who clean our roads, who teach our children, who look after our parents. Let's put our arms around them, like we did in 1945. And Labour, let them be in no doubt, whose side we are on. I move.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Conference. Follow that. Every year we get up here, and every year I seem to talk about renationalising our mail, renationalising our rail, renationalising our utilities. And every year you do that, because it's not only popular in this room, it's popular on the doorstep. And we need that future. We need to protect our infrastructure. We need those good quality green jobs in all those sectors. And I want to add my solidarity to every worker in the public and private sector that has fought against this pernicious government in the last few years and fought for their future and their communities. But if I might, I'll be parochial for a moment. My members have been out on strike for 16 months in a Westminster-driven dispute. We don't have a problem in Scotland. We don't have a problem in Wales. We don't have a problem in freight. We don't have a problem in open access or TfL or anywhere else. We have a political dispute with a government that wants to send my industry into managed decline. It has no vision, but it does want to keep the privateers there. We find ourselves in a unique situation where we're at war with the government, but the people that we work for are making hundreds of millions of pounds and paying their shareholders. And that money is going to supply the railways in Germany and Italy and elsewhere. This isn't xenophobic, but if there is money that we are spending on our railways, then any surpluses, any profits should come back for a greater good, whether it be the railways, housing or the NHS. I want to pay tribute to my colleagues in Tessa who are fighting for their futures. Nobody wants to see the ticket offices closed. 700,000 responses to that consultation. So we need to commit to passenger safety, staff safety, access for the disabled and a proper, fully staffed nationalised railway. But colleagues and friends, let's be bolder. Let's have that green, electrified, nationalised railway with the nationalised utilities at the heart of it and a future and a vision for all workers everywhere. Please support.
Can I call the GMB?
Chair, Conference, Gary Smith, GMB. We have just returned from the United States, and actually I'm very proud of the fact we're joined by American unions this week, because the Biden administration in America is working with those unions in delivering record growth in low-carbon jobs. And the contrast between the American experience and that under Sunak could not be greater. Cutting HS2, sending renewables jobs overseas, and preparing the most shameful campaign in a generation, attacking workers and minority rights. This is a Tory government that's out of touch, out of ideas, and out of time. Our country needs an election, and we need a Labour government. And Conference, we need a new industrial strategy for this country with workers around the table. And decarbonisation must be done with the workers, not to them. And let's look at steel. Let's look what's happening in the steel industry under the Tories. 3,000 jobs going at Tata, and thousands more are going to be lost in the supply chains. It is a devastating blow. And we must understand that electric arc furnaces alone will reduce us to working only with recycled steel. We will be importing more primary steel at much higher carbon costs. And steel workers have been ignored. When they said they wanted investment in hydrogen and carbon capture, they were ignored. And the whole of the Labour movement, party and unions must make a united case now and stand together. Conference, When the Conservatives attack workers' rights, we must extend them. When they devastate our industries, we must rebuild them. And when they come for our members' jobs, we must defeat them. Our task is historic. Our economy is hollowed out. Our systems of industrial relations are unfit for purpose. We need an industrial strategy and we need a plan for strengthening collective bargaining. We need a labour response to the Inflation Reduction Act. And the commitments in the New Deal and the MPF report are essential to this task, and let's celebrate them. The right to access and organise, national bargaining, social care, school support staff negotiating body, and new commitments on equal pay. These are policies, Conference, that are worth fighting for. Our members, working people in this country, are crying out for change. The policies we have developed together are part of that better future. And there are, Conference, of course, times when we will disagree. It's part of the health and strength of our movement. But our overriding political priority now must be the election of a Labour government. This is our moment, Conference. We must come together. We must rise to the challenge. Conference, support GMB members, support the steel industry, support the motion. Thank you.
So this is nothing about the last speaker, or I've been asked to advise people not to speak in, not to shout into the microphone. It's proving difficult for people with hearing loss and hearing aids. So I just needed to say that, and I didn't mean you either, Gary. Thank you.
Good morning, Conference Chair. Alan Coombs, Community Trade Union, and a proud Port Talbot steel worker, second in the composite. I've been a steel worker for over 40 years. My dad was a steel worker and my two grandparents were steel workers. The blast furnaces I've worked on are much a part of me as my arms and legs. Steel is not just a crucial part of our economy, it's a lifeline for so many communities like mine. And for generations it's provided good quality, secure jobs. But now thousands of them jobs are on the firing line. You may have seen Port Talbot in the news recently with the deal the government have struck with Tata Steel. Only the Tory government could spend $500 million to make our steel industry weaker, to cost jobs, not to create them. A deal so bad, so incompetent, that they didn't even have the guts to consult with me and my colleagues. An electric arc furnace-only approach is central to this deal and would retain only a tiny fraction of the jobs required to make steel. And just recycling steel in an electric arc furnace means we will need to import all of our virgin steel that's needed in the UK. Instead, the UK could be leader in green steel. There is a way to reduce our emissions by using a range of technologies without losing thousands of well-paid, skilled, unionised jobs. But Conference, we desperately need a Labour government to ensure that becomes a reality. Labour's £3 billion steel commitment will be transformative in securing the long-term future of sustainable and green steel. And I want to thank Johnny, Keir and Rachel for their unwavering support for steel workers and our communities. We know that you are on our side, and thank you. When we say Britain, we need our steel, it's not just a campaign slogan, it's a statement of fact. So let's give our steel industry the vote of confidence it needs and deserves. Conference, please back our industry and please support. Thank you very much.
And moving the next composite, Unison.
Good morning, Conference Chair. Christina McEnany, Unison. moving the motion on social care workforce. Conference, remember when Boris Johnson, and sorry, excuse my language, stood outside Downing Street and promised us that he had a plan to fix social care? And then in his final departing insult to the country when he was resigning, he had the cheek to claim that, like a rocket booster, he had fixed social care. Well, Conference, that came as a huge surprise, I think, to everyone who works in that sector or who relies on that sector. Because far from being fixed, social care is in a worse state now than it's ever been. It's propped up by underpaid and undervalued workers and exploited migrant workers. There are 160,000 vacancies in social care, and thousands of hospital beds are taken up by patients who need social care. But last week in Manchester, the Tories had nothing to say about social care. They have no plan now. They've had no plan for the past 13 years, neglecting everyone who needs it and ignoring all the workers delivering care to those who need it most. Now, I hear people saying Labour needs to be ambitious, and I completely agree. But, Conference, what's more ambitious than creating a national care service for this country? Transforming the lives of 1.5 million people who work in that sector, guaranteeing support for the millions and millions of people who depend on social care every single day, revolutionising one of the biggest industries in the UK made up of a predominantly female workforce. And I also want Labour to be bold. So in its commitment to the first fair pay agreement, that will be in social care, a diverse and complex workforce, that is what being bold means. A fair pay agreement that will empower workers and their unions to get in there and negotiate pay, conditions and training for this incredibly valuable workforce. Now, you'll hear the Tories say we get challenged on it all the time. We can't afford it. It's more unfunded, uncosted, frivolous socialist spending. Well, Conference, social care already costs a fortune. There's plenty of money in social care. If there wasn't, why would all these hedge funds in the Cayman Islands be investing in the UK's social care structure? They're extracting profits from social care, pushing down standards, keeping pay down for those who work in it. And Labour's commitment is to stop those immoral companies exploiting care. Conference, we've now had 75 years of an NHS. Imagine if we were also celebrating 75 years of a social care service, a national care service. Well, under a Labour government, we have that opportunity to create that national care service, linked into the NHS, that gives people dignity, high-quality care, allows family members to stay in their jobs, gives care workers real opportunities, and gives the people who rely on care a say in what their care looks like. If you have a broken leg, you know where to go for help. You go to the NHS. But if you suddenly can't look after yourself, or your family are desperate for help, where do you turn? Conference, with a Labour government, we will answer that question. It must now be our shared mission that in the years ahead, we will be celebrating the birth of a national care service. And we can look back, those of us in this room now, and proudly say, we built that, just as Labour built the NHS. Thank you, Conference.
Conference, Sally Jameson, CLP delegate for Doncaster Central and parliamentary candidate, seconding this motion. Conference, I'm a proud public servant. I'm a prison officer and I'm a union rep in my workplace. And like many of you here, I see firsthand every day our public realm crumbling while this Tory government sit idly on their hands. But nowhere is this more true than in social care. In Doncaster, like most places, we struggle to recruit home care workers, and it's no surprise because the home care providers don't pay for travel time and sick pay is nearly non-existent. Is it any wonder there are over 160,000 vacancies in the sector, the worst rates for any part of our economy? Being a care worker is a difficult and it's a skilled job, and they gave their all during the pandemic, and we should value them, not make them suffer for the career that they have chosen. And the people who need care, the elderly, the disabled, they should be able to access it. But let's be clear, this is a national problem and it needs a national solution, and that's why we need the National Care Service. A service that will implement national pay and terms and conditions for all workers. A service with long-term and adequate funding for high-quality social care. And a service with new rules to make sure money intended for social care actually goes on social care and not for shareholder profits. We know creating this National Care Service won't be easy and it won't happen overnight. But Conference, we have to be ambitious. So let's support this motion, kick the Tories out and get the National Care Service we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally, and thanks to everybody who's contributed already this morning. So important debates that we've had, and I'm now going to do my first round of speakers. If I just tell you as well that we will have time to continue this after lunch, so if I don't get everybody the first round, then we can have a look at it again. So can I see all of those who would like to speak? So I'm just going to have a look round first to see where we're at. So let's have a look. I'm looking for this. So I don't think I've had anybody up because I don't really realise there's people sat on the rake, as we would call it in unison terms, and we haven't called anybody for there. So I'm looking for someone with a hand up at the back. In the middle?
I'm not sure if it's in the rake or the back row. I can't quite tell, but there is a hand up there.
Yeah, there's someone in a florally top with hand. Yeah, there. And then behind, someone in a. Is that someone in an orange top? No, black top. Thank you.
That's two.
That's two.
We didn't call this guy in the blue shirt, did we?
Which one?
Who's walking?
No.
It's the woman in front.
It's the woman in front, yeah. And then I want to go over there to what we're looking for. Help me out here.
A guy in the blue shirt.
A guy in the blue shirt.
Just on the end of the
Yeah. And then we'll take one more. What about the woman in red in the front?
Yeah.
Yeah, and in red there. Thank you. I will come back round and I'll come over this way then. I don't think we're going to get many of these.
We should, I think it would be all right just with the number of speakers we'll be able to take, based on the number of hands that are up.
Yeah. Thank you. And can I just remind people you've got 2 minutes, and if we can stick to that time, then I can bring more in. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Conference Chair. Angela Williams, Clwyd South, but soon to be the constituency of Montgomery and Glyndŵr. First time conference and first time speaker. Comrades, at this moment, my 95-year-old mum, a great and active Labour supporter all her life, is lying in a hospital bed nearing the end of her life. She would not have wanted me to miss this conference. Her wish is to return home to her own surroundings, to the surroundings she's used to see the photos of those she loves in front of her, and to feel safe and more comfortable in those surroundings. She has been assessed by doctors as medically able to return home for 9 days now, but the care package required for her needs to be discharged cannot at this moment be fulfilled. 9 days is nothing, I'm aware, but it's a lot to my mum and to our family. I am aware, as I work in the NHS, that some patients wait for weeks for this service, in precious beds, and that awful term, bed blockers, is used. Conference, we need to sort this out. Please give the carers the recognition, the pay, and the value that they deserve. Please support motion 5. Thank you.
Conference Chair Melissa Hayward, President of TSSA, speaking in support of the composite motion on critical infrastructure. Conference, in recent months we have been fighting for the future of ticket offices up and down England. Conference, they are the heart of our rail network, the heart of local communities and loved by the public. Ticket offices are the very definition of critical infrastructure, but don't take my word for it. A record-breaking 700,000 people responded to the public consultation, and even Priti Patel says the government got it wrong. So, Conference, let's send the great British public a strong message that the Labour Party backs our railway ticket offices and will do so in government. And Conference, when it comes to HS2, dithering and delay by the Prime Minister is a scandal. Our Labour Party knows that building HS2 is vital for Britain in the decades yet to come. HS2 is vital for jobs and businesses at local, regional and national levels. That is why the National Policy Forum document states that HS2 must be built in full, and that means all the way to both Manchester and Leeds. Conference, I urge you to reaffirm our commitment to the railways, to ticket offices and HS2 for the Britain of tomorrow. Please back this motion and don't let what the Tory government do set our manifesto. Thank you.
Hi Conference, my name is Nadia and I'm from Vauxhall CLP. First time delegate, first time speaker. I haven't got a speech plan, but I was just really moved by the motion on social care. My dad has worked in social care for 20 years, and I have seen as he has worked, strived, looked after people over 20 years, and I've seen how much worse it's got over the last, particularly 13 years. I just really urge you to vote for this motion and support this motion. I'm so proud of my dad and all the work that he's done. But over the last 20 years, he's increasingly had to rely on agency workers who don't come through, who don't know the people in the care home where he works. And he has built a relationship with those with people over so many years. Those agency workers often fall through at the last moment, which means my dad has to work longer hours. And it's really hard to actually look after people when it's so unreliable. And he worked extra hours over COVID looking after people. And Conference, do you think he's ever had a pay rise? No. If we want our social care sector to work for the people who are working there, and for more importantly, the people who we need to give care to, then we need to invest in our services, we need to support our care workers, and we need to vote in a Labour government that will change the social care sector and look after people the right way. Thank you.
Conference. Steve Yem, PPC for Mansfield in Nottinghamshire. And a lifelong resident of Mansfield, and I only want a single job, unlike our current Tory MP, Ben Bradley. And conference, on the subject of jobs, I grew up in Mansfield at a time when everyone had the opportunity of well-paid, high productivity, unionised jobs in coal mining, engineering and textiles. Compare that with the impact on Mansfield of 13 years of 5 failed Tory Prime Ministers, ending last week with broken promises around levelling up. 13 years of the Tories in Mansfield, productivity and wages down, prices through the roof, a cost of living crisis, and over 13,000 Mansfield families hit by huge increases to their mortgage payments. Increasing growth and getting the economy back on track is the biggest challenge that we face, because in Mansfield we need growth so we can improve living standards and reduce poverty. More than that, more better paying jobs providing the tax revenues that we need to fund strong public services. Conference, that is why Labour's first mission in government will transform the lives of Mansfield families. Jobs for you and your children in new and growing industries, wages that pay enough to raise a family on. And my message to Mansfield families, we humbly ask today for your support so that I can be a strong voice for Mansfield, listening to you and making sure that government delivers for people like us. Thank you.
Can I ask you to come up, but I'm going to do the next round before you start. Thank you. Can I see your guide there in, is it orange or, yeah, striped, the one behind, and then the third row, yeah, yeah. And I can take one more in this round. In the middle over there.
Can you take somebody from the back as you've got 2 from the front?
Where can I take from the back? Right, that back there. Right at the back, the guy. Yeah, yeah, yes. I can't, we have got time for another round of that. So if you all want to come down and register, and then, sorry for keeping you waiting, if you'd like to start. Do you want to start? Thank you.
Hello, Conference. My name is Catherine Preston, and I'm chair of the Berwick-upon-Tweed CLP, soon to be called North Northumberland. So that is the North. Thank you. I want to speak on behalf, in support of Composite 5. And I want to highlight the postcode lottery that is our care system. The lottery for pay and conditions for people who work in the care system, and the lottery for the people they look after. This is exemplified by Pam's story. Pam had dementia and needed oxygen 16 hours a day. In Manchester, she was kept in a first-floor room, little bigger than the average bathroom, but not for long, because she had a champion, me. So we decided to move and live by the sea and take Mum with us. So we relocated to Berwick. There, she had a ground floor room next to the River Tweed. I had 24 access, and she was kept safe by a dedicated team of people. We must support the creation of a national care service. We must ensure that people who need care are treated fairly across the UK, and we must recognise and reward those who look after our loved ones. Please support Composite 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Kai Parry. I'm from Runnymede and Weybridge CLP. Conference, I'm speaking in support of Composite 5 on social care. And I want to bring my personal experiences to the table to highlight how this motion will impact young carers such as myself. I joined the Labour Party 5 years ago because I believe that this is the only party that will truly support families that have people with disabilities like mine. Whilst I hail from Wales, I don't really have the accent, and to show how much this issue is close to my heart, I can tell you I'm frequently told by the chair of my CLP that when I say the word care, it sounds a little bit like the name Kia, which you can understand causes some confusion. I did my A-levels during lockdown. Sorry for making you feel old, but that's where the barrier between my home life and my academic life completely broke down, caring for my father with MS at home. The home became my classroom, and it gives me no pleasure to say that this had a huge impact on my mental health, results, and I'm ashamed to say, begin to resent my role as a young carer, which truly enriches my experiences. No child in full-time education should have to balance their education and futures whilst filling in for the failure of a social care system that exploits its workers. No child should resent their upbringing or feel stress in their own home. When we say that one of our missions is to break down the barriers to opportunity, this is exactly what we mean. I urge you to support this motion, Conference. Thank you.
Conference, Joe Pitchford, GMB, speaking in support of Composite 5 on the social care workforce. Conference, do you remember assembling on our doorsteps and applauding the care workers? When the government promised us that this would finally be the moment of change. Conference, I ask for one reason, because too many have forgotten. The care system relies on gross injustice to generate bloated profits. The sector has been ripe for the taking by some of the worst operators, looking to squeeze every last penny into shareholder hands and into tax havens. Care workers are paid the bare minimum, while residents shell out their life savings just so they can have dignity in old age. This, in a nutshell, is the business model of our care system. If this really is to be a moment of change for our care system, GMB believes we must take our lead from the care workers themselves. Care workers aren't asking for the earth. They want fair treatment and dignity, and for their work to be finally valued. Labour's commitment to a fair pay agreement covering and starting with the social care workforce will give thousands of carers national bargaining for the first time. We have the chance to make it so that workers are not pushed to breaking point, where they feel they have no choice but to leave to have a better life. Let's give our care workers the power to determine what they are worth. This policy will make work better for the people who care for us, and under a Labour government, it can be done. So, Conference, please vote for justice for care workers, support Composite 5. Thank you.
Ivan Monkton, speaking on behalf of the Unite the Union and for our members in the steel industry, especially, despite my accent too, my fellow Welsh workers. This is crunch time for steel. It's time for this party and the government it will form to show steel workers which side it's on. If the right choices are made now, steel can have a bright future. A future built on commitment to good jobs sustained through the right investment. Unite makes no apologies that our workers' plan for steel seeks nothing short of making Britain a world leader in green steel production. From Redcar to Sheffield and Port Talbot, we have challenged politicians of all stripes to support 4 clear demands. 1, invest in a transition plan now which commits to no job losses. 2, take a stake. Any public money must come with solid job guarantees. 3, tackle energy prices by ending rampant profiteering. And 4, change procurement rules to let UK public contracts set 100% steel use, UK steel use. All sensible proposals, surely. Conference, it's an indictment that when steel workers are fighting for the future of their industry, government support is so pathetic. By changing procurement rules to focus on job guarantees and domestic suppliers, we can significantly increase public sector demand for domestic steel. Public contracts and all public funds awarded to steel employers must come with ironclad guarantees for jobs and union-recognised rates of pay. Conference, steelworkers and their unions are committed to winning worker-led transitions which defend every job and make the UK a global leader in green steel production. Our members are committed to winning this future, and we ask for your support and to also support Composite 4. Thank you.
Hi Conference, I'm Ollie. I'm a delegate from Congleton CLP and a proud Unite the Union member. I, like many of you, believe that our ticket offices should be kept open. It discriminates against the elderly, the disabled, and those who don't use the internet. Ticket offices are also an opportunity for people dealing with loneliness to speak to others. This person dealing with loneliness could have been on their own for months with no one to talk to. Keeping ticket offices alive, keeping ticket offices open could save lives. That's why I believe the next Labour government needs to keep ticket offices open for the sake of us all and our loved ones. Conference, please support Composite 3.
Can you just be ready? I'm going to do another round, but if you like to come up, that's fine. Given we've just had 4 guys, I'm going to look for 3 women initially. Yeah, in the green and black there. Right at the end. Yeah, in the red, yeah. And let's come over here. The lady in the wheelchair there. Yeah. And then, yeah, guy there, right in front of me in the middle. I've done 3.
Oh, fair enough.
Fraser. And I'll take one, the woman there in the, is it red polka dot? Yeah, we may have time to do another round, but we can continue this after lunch. Sorry for making you wait. Would you like to start now? Thank you.
Conference, Georgia Meadows, Witney CLP, care leaver. Having actually been in care, I have personally seen the effects of the staff on the effects of the staff's health, mental health and well-being on care leavers and people in care such as myself. It's really quite difficult to
feel positively and to improving care when the staff are so poorly treated, underpaid, and are themselves often depressed. I fully support the incorporation of a national care service because it allows for greater standardisation and allows people to actually get the care they deserve from outstanding care providers. Because currently, the outstanding care providers, as given such a status by CQC, don't often accept the people who need outstanding care because they wish to keep their outstanding status. And often, more complex needs come with more complex work environments. So I do fully support motion 5.
There's quite a lot of background noise when people are coming in and out. Can you try and keep the noise down, because it does disturb the speakers and delegates that want to hear the debate. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, conference. My name is Lade Hepzibah Olugbemi, representing Erith and Thamesmead, and also a councillor from the Royal Borough of Greenwich. I'm a first-time delegate, first-time speaker, and I'm here to, thank you, I'm here to support Composite 5 on social care workforce. I am standing here representing the number of overseas workers who have been recruited to fill in the 160,000 vacancies that we have in social care sector. One of the key things that has been noticed is, and I know that a speaker said that earlier, it's about the treatment that some of the overseas recruited care workers are going through at the moment. What we have in place is almost a modern-day slavery, where people are recruited and they're paying upfront, sometimes up to £10,000 for them to come and work here. They get into the country and they're paid sometimes as minimum as £5 per hour. I am hoping that conference, as we are supporting and as I am supporting this motion, that we will look very closely into making sure that we value staffs who are working in the social care sector. They go through a lot. They are there all the time. I'm here to also speak on behalf of those workers to make sure that we Labour Party, put a scrutiny in place to ensure that the social care sector providers are scrutinized to make sure that they give value to their staff. Thank you.
Hi, Ruth Middleton, Chair of Harrogate and Knaresborough CLP, first-time delegate and first-time speaking from the platform. Thank you. As I've been listening to people talk in terms of Composite 5 about social care, I did think perhaps I won't get up and speak because everything's been said, but I think it's worth saying it again. I'll tell you a little bit of my story. 23 years ago, I survived a very serious accident and survived through a long period of coma, over 20 operations as the medics and the NHS put me back together again. I survived because of the NHS and slowly recovered my speech, slowly managed to learn to live again, and the scars paled and the stitches were removed, but I wasn't really living. It was the carers who looked after me every single day, who eventually enabled me to begin to live my life again, who enabled me to stay in my own house, to make decisions about where I wanted to be and what I wanted to do. And those carers, helping with the simplest of tasks, were actually the most wonderful of people. But over 23 years, the support and ability for carers to come and take care has just disappeared. Those carers have been subject to some of the worst employment conditions I've ever known. They've had very insecure employment rights. Many times they don't know who their employer is. It changes. It's so far away. They really don't know which company they're working for. Many of the people that come to me are doing that as their second or third or fourth or fifth job that they've taken on. They're given 10 to 15 minutes to come in, to toilet, to talk to you, to wash you, to feed you, to do this whole list of things. And there is no room in there to help a person to become independent. It's all about getting in, getting those tasks done, and getting out as quickly as you can. Please work with those of us who have lived experience to make sure that a national care service does what it says on the tin and actually means that we're enabling people like myself and lots of people to carry on living and functioning as full human beings. And we can only do that if the staff we're relying on are also treated as the valuable humans they are. Thank you.
Yesterday.
Catherine Atkinson, Labour's candidate to be the next MP for Derby North. Conference. Derby returned Labour's first MP in England, the first railway worker to enter Parliament, a city that has been building trains for nearly 2 centuries. But even before the Tory government took a wrecking ball to HS2 last week, it knew that there was a production gap at Alston Derby. It knew that the factory that's been making trains for 147 years was at risk. And the 2,000 highly skilled workers there and the 17,000 jobs that rely upon it was at risk. And this at a time when there is growing global demand for trains and the hydrogen and electric trains that we need to meet carbon zero. While the Tories cheered at last week's decision, do you think they spared a single thought for the families of the workers at Alston, caught in their wreckage? Conference, every speech we hear from the Tories is about decline and retreat and what our country can't do. I believe in what our country can do, in what Derby can do, and what we will do with a Labour government and an industrial strategy. Conference, Alston doesn't need a handout. It needs the opportunity to bid for the trains that our country needs. And it needs a government that understands the importance of rail. Conference, help us fight the threat to Derby and to the thousands of high-skilled jobs that our country needs. Thank you.
My name's Christine Bayliss and I'm the chair of Bexhill and Battle CLP and I'm a delegate here. I'm also the leader of the Rother Labour Group on Rother District Council. We have 8 councillors. 6 years ago, we had 0 councillors. I'm also very proud to be the Cabinet Member for Economic Development and Regeneration on my council. And we have developed a strategy. It's based around Labour's plan for high-quality jobs. So you can imagine my frustration that after 3 years, we still cannot get a new business park off the ground and built because UK power networks have held us to ransom. That business park is going to serve most deprived community in Rother District Council. It's going to give jobs to local people, and it's a disgrace. So I'm speaking in favour or in support of composite number 3, about the infrastructure that we need. We need to take back control. We need a Labour government. Support composite 3. Thank you.
Good morning, Conference. My name is Conor Naismith. I am Labour's parliamentary candidate for Crewe and Nantwich at the next general election. Conference, Crewe and Nantwich carries the unfortunate badge of being one of the biggest losers out of Conservative Party conference last week. Not only were we overlooked for levelling up funding, we also had to endure Tory MPs and members cheering from the rafters as the Prime Minister scrapped the largest infrastructure project in this country, which had huge benefits for the people of Crewe and Nantwich, and only to replace that project with yet more gimmicks and slogans. HS2 would have delivered new jobs, inward investment into our communities, and improved local transport networks. Yet, in their final act of sabotage, this government has already begun selling land, cancelling contracts to make it more difficult for an incoming Labour government to reverse that decision. So people in Crewe and Nantwich will rightly ask, if you can't be trusted to deliver HS2, why on earth would anyone believe that you can deliver on anything else? So the message from the Tories is clear. This is a government synonymous with wasting our money and failing to deliver. And I am confident that the message this conference will send out to the country is that we are a party serious about ending that waste, serious about delivering improved public transport infrastructure for the North, and serious about winning the trust of the British people. Thank you.
I have got time for 2 further speakers before I bring Jonathan Reynolds in. The guy there, the hand there, yeah, and have a look. The woman there in the black, I think, yeah. And we can return. Do you want to register first and then? Thank you. And we will have another round after lunch. And we're going to save a little bit of time as well after Rachel's speech. We're not going to do the votes until after lunch either, because I think it'd probably be very difficult to try and take votes after Rachel's speech. Okay, where is he? Oh, he didn't have his. He didn't have his pass.
This is where it all goes to pot.
I think it does. Can we just have one up to speak, or are we not going to have time? Just send them up. Yeah.
The scanning desk's gone down.
The scanning desk's gone down, but I can see that they've both got passes, and I'm sure that that's fine if the chair says it's fine. Thank you.
Good morning, Conference. I'm Dan Tomlinson, and I'm our parliamentary candidate in the North London constituency of Chipping Barnet. I want to talk about growth this morning. When we took power in 1997, we inherited a growing economy. But if we win next year, we will be taking on an economy still reeling from the wrecking ball of 13 years of Tory failure. And so economic growth is essential. It's not a talking point, but it's us being honest with the public about what needs to be done and the state of the country today. Some have criticised this focus on growth, but let's say it loud and clear from this hall, as it's written over there: growth for higher living standards is our defining mission. Thank you. It's by growth that we will get tax revenues flowing into the Treasury. It's by growth that those revenues will bring back police to the streets in Chipping Barnet and across the country, and lower waiting times in our hospitals. And it is by growth, widely shared growth, that we will make families in this country better off. More families having more money left at the end of the month, being able to enjoy a meal out with friends, buy a new car, maybe even buy one of the new houses that the next Labour government's going to build. It's this hope, this prospect of a better life for the people of our country that we are setting out this week. And I can't wait to hear from Rachel Reeves later on. She's the one who understands that it's only with growth that we can achieve the green transition that we need in our country. She gets, as we've been discussing this morning, that it's through empowering working people that we can get our country growing again. And so, with Keir and Rachel's leadership, the country is looking on us again as we head to the general election. And it's on all of us, candidates, members and supporters, to do the work that needs to be done to get us a Labour government next year.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, Conference. I am Councillor Marina Sharma from the Feltham and Heston constituency. I'm first-time delegate, first-time speaking, first-time coming to Conference. I'm speaking on behalf of motion number 5, the health and social care workforce. As a previous worker in social care for the last 17 years, I worked throughout the COVID period for a domiciliary care provider. And I was very proud that we was one of the providers that in the first lockdown did not, none of our carers or our clients contracted COVID, and we kept them safe. So I'm really proud of that. According to the Conservatives, we are non-skilled. We don't have skills, we just go to work, and the lives of our communities are in our hands as a care worker. We are safeguarding on a daily basis. We need to see ourselves as the professionals that we are, and we need to give more credit and proper pay to our care staff. And we need to support motion number 5. Health and social care comes hand in hand with the NHS. We need to work collectively together to make it great. So please support motion 5.
Okay. So I now have the great pleasure, and we had timings, as you know, and we were to be timed to 11:46, and guess what? It's 11:46, and I have the great pleasure in asking Jonathan Reynolds to respond to the debate, and Jonathan assures me his speech is 8.5 minutes, and and he was allocated 10. So I'm going to hold him to that. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Conference. Thank you, Conference. We meet at an exciting time for our party. We've put in the work to once again be the voice of the British people, and as a result, many are willing to put their faith in us again. Labour is facing the country, and we're speaking a language that people are again willing to listen to. But, Conference, we know the real work still lies ahead of us, because we have a solemn obligation to renew this country in the same way we have renewed this party. And last week, in Manchester, we saw the alternative. All the Tories had to offer were lies, conspiracy theories, and more of Liz Truss. Conference, I don't know which of those three things frightens me the most. And if I get to be a Labour business secretary, I know we will face one of the greatest sets of challenges any incoming government has had to deal with. A cost of living crisis, our post-Brexit future, the transition to a net zero economy, all of which requires the very best of government. But faced with those challenges, this government has broken the promises that they've made to British industry, and they've sought to make net zero a divisive issue. And if the Tories want to fight the next election in this way, I say, bring it on. Because Labour knows net zero is key to rebuilding our country. That it can and should mean more jobs, cheaper bills, and greater security in an uncertain world. But you need a government with the vision to see it and the bravery to grasp it. It was at this podium last year that I launched Labour's industrial strategy. Over the last 12 months, the Tories have spent their time proving exactly why we need one. Now, I simply do not accept that we should have the worst business investment of any major economy. I do not accept that we cannot build enough clean energy to protect us from dictators and energy crises. And I do not accept that we cannot build the infrastructure that Britain needs. Businesses, up and down the land, they know this is no way to run a country. How can we expect business to invest for the long term when they cannot rely on a single word of government policy? Businesses need ambition. Businesses need ambition, they need commitment, and they need consistency. And under a Labour government, they will get it. Because net zero is a challenge, but it is also an incredible opportunity. A chance to rebuild good jobs in all parts of the country, and with that give Britain its hope and its optimism back. Our industrial strategy will stretch every sinew of government to deliver for working people, bringing together our Green Prosperity Plan, our changes to planning, our reform of the apprenticeship levy, our New Deal for working people, and our commitment to devolving power and control, and our plans to improve our deal with the EU as part of a proper trade strategy that stands behind our great exporters. All designed to bring wealth and opportunity and pride back to Britain. A Labour business secretary will deliver wind turbines and small modular reactors and green hydrogen, bringing us cheaper and more reliable energy, but giving you cheaper bills. Bustling high streets and small businesses growing in every town, improving the place where you live. And a vibrant services sector, using data and technology to deliver products we can barely conceive of today. That is what industrial strategy is. That is what our industrial strategy will be. Not a nostalgic hark back to the days of the past, but the kind of strategy that gives business the confidence and the opportunity to choose this country over the alternatives. And let me tell you what that means in practice. I grew up in Sunderland, next door to the Nissan factory. I know the difference good companies make to a place. I have friends from school who still work there. And that's why I will never take the automotive sector for granted, and why I'm proud to announce here today Labour's plan to drive the automotive industry confidently into the future. We will deliver battery factories on our shores, reliable charging networks in every part of the country, secure supply chains, and 80,000 more highly skilled jobs. I know what this industry can do for local communities. And while the Conservatives chop and change and leave British industry stalled, Labour's industrial strategy will give the automotive sector its future back. And Conference, there is something I cannot stress enough, which is that this moment of opportunity, it must just be that, one that has at the heart of it the delivery of good jobs and good wages. Because being from where I grew up and living my adult life in Tameside, I know what happens when government gets major economic changes wrong. And instead of working to make a transition a success, the government just walks away, leaving people to face huge economic shifts on their own. We cannot afford to blow this opportunity and repeat the mistakes of the 1980s and leave behind regional inequalities so entrenched we can still see the scars today. And I promise you, Conference, if I get to be a Labour business secretary, decarbonisation will never, ever mean deindustrialisation. And core to that is our commitment to the steel industry. You know, only this government could offer to spend £500 million to make thousands of workers redundant. I met with the workers at Port Talbot just a few weeks ago. I know some of them are actually delegates here in the hall today. And I'll say here what I said to them. Labour supports green steel, but we know the workforce are our greatest asset in delivering that. And any plan for green steel must cover the whole industry. It must be open to all the technology available. It should fundamentally be a story of new jobs, new opportunities, new exports, and British economic strength, rather than outsourcing our emissions and pretending that that is progress. And Labour will have your back every step of the way to make sure that is what is delivered. And on the subject of industries going through change, Britain's postal workers have been through a difficult time. A bit of dispute in which the government have frankly been nowhere. But Royal Mail is a great British institution, and it should have a bright future. So I promise to you, I'll be the Labour business secretary you need to make sure Royal Mail is sustainable, is successful, but in a way that provides good employment and is again right at the very heart of national life and all of our communities. Conference, that is why I want to be a Labour business secretary. It's true that the Labour Party has strengthened our relationship with business, and I make no apology for that. In fact, I believe as we stand here today, Labour is the undisputed party of business. And I take pride in the fact that business leaders and workers alike look to us, and not the Conservatives, to address the big challenges ahead. The Conservatives have nothing left to offer but division and fear. And they are willing to blow our greatest opportunity in decades to try and save themselves. But here in the Labour Party, that will never be our approach. We know the best of Britain is when we work together. That the only way to properly rise to the challenges before us is to build a new pro-business, pro-worker national consensus around industrial strategy, greater investment, and good jobs in every part of the UK. Industry and workers pulling together, hand in hand to face the future. Rebuilding Britain cannot wait another day. And out of the wreckage of this government, let us give Britain a brighter future than ever before. One where the future is built here, where people have jobs they can raise a family on, have towns and places they can take pride in, and have the power over the changes affecting their lives. This is the Britain we can build. This is the Britain we must build. And under Labour, this is the Britain that we will build. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonathan, and you were only 15 seconds out. So I'll take that back next time you speak. So thank you, Jonathan, for that. And I now have pleasure in introducing to conference to welcome our Shadow Chancellor. And I've just had a little note, the next Chancellor on there, so promotion already. And I'd like to welcome the retail consultant and business expert and broadcaster Mary Porters to introduce our Shadow Chancellor. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. It's an absolute pleasure to be here and an honour to have been asked to introduce our next speaker. 800 years, over 100 names, and all of them men. When Labour forms the next government at the next election, that is going to change because Rachel Reeves will be Britain's first female Chancellor. And that is historic, not just for women and for women at the top, but also because this will mean that politics will really start to work with business to propel us forward into the new future we all so desperately need. Rachel knows that good, responsible business creates jobs. It provides security and dignity to working people, and the innovation that is vital to a greener future. And today, too many businesses are failing to reach their potential. They need this long-term commitment, they need a vision, and they need ambition and a partnership between a far-sighted government and responsible business. Now, I know Rachel will deliver that as Chancellor in a Labour government. Now, I'm sure many of you are aware that I also care passionately about Britain's high streets. And I'm as frustrated as you all are to what's happened to them under the last 13 years of a Conservative government. I am absolutely confident that Labour will breathe life back into our high streets again. Rachel's committed to scrapping business rates and replacing them with a fairer system that will provide critical support to many of the small businesses that make up, let's face this, 99% of our economy, and they are the backbone of Britain. Because Rachel understands just how much our high streets matter. This is not just for the economy, but for the vital sense of community and connection that they foster. She understands if you get your high streets right and thriving, the subsequent financial and social uplift feeds a local economy. It feeds a community and the safety and well-being of the people in it. She knows all that because should Labour win, she will not just be our first female Chancellor, she will be the best qualified Chancellor Britain has ever had. She's an economist. She knows the numbers. She's worked at the Bank of England, had a career in finance, which she gave up, incidentally, to represent the people of Leeds West. Today, she's exactly where she's supposed to be, or she's almost where she's supposed to be. So, Conference, I'm delighted to introduce the Shadow Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rachel Reeves.
Conference, it is a privilege to stand here as your Shadow Chancellor. Today, I make this commitment to you and to our country. Out of the wreckage of Tory misrule, Labour will restore our economic credibility. We will lift our living standards, make work pay, rebuild our public services, invest in homegrown industries in every corner of our country, and together we will get Britain its future back. This is a momentous week. For too long, we have gathered in these halls with the power to talk, but not with the power to do. 13 years of opposition to remind us of that eternal political truth, that it is only through power that we can put our principles into action. Under Keir's leadership, that opportunity is finally within our grasp, but only if we allow no complacency, only if we fight for every single vote, only if we work every day to show that we are the party with the discipline, with the determination, and with the vision to rebuild Britain. Labour's task is to restore hope to our politics. The hope that lets us face the future with confidence, with a new era of economic security. Because there is no hope without security. You cannot dream big if you cannot sleep in peace at night. the peace that comes from knowing that you have enough to put aside for a rainy day, and the knowledge that when you need them, strong public services will be there for you and your family. The strength that allows a society to withstand global shocks, because it is from those strong foundations of security that hope can spring. Conference, the choice at the next election is this: 5 more years of the Tory chaos and uncertainty which has left working people worse off, or a changed Labour Party offering stability, investment and economic security so that working people are better off. It falls to us to show that Labour are ready to serve, ready to lead and ready to rebuild Britain. In chess, you learn to think several moves ahead. But even I couldn't have predicted the mayhem that we have seen, week after week, year after year, from this Conservative government. First, austerity, then Brexit without a plan, and then their kamikaze budget. Growth weak, wages flat, taxes up, the price of energy up, the price of the family food shop up, and mortgage bills up hundreds of pounds every single month. Never forget. This time last year, in their clamour to cut taxes for those at the top, the Conservatives caused market chaos, crashed the economy, and left working people to pay the price. That is why you can never trust the Tories with our economy ever again. What did we see last week from the Tories in Manchester? A government bereft of ambition for Britain, so ready for opposition that they're behaving like they're already there, looking inwards, not outwards, to the country, queuing to cheer the extremists rather than kicking them out of their party. And telling us what we already know. Liz Truss might be out of Downing Street, but she is still leading the Conservative Party. The one sensible thing that they came up with was their phased smoking ban, which we support. However, I do fear for the Conservative Party. With such a shortage of fag packets, what on earth are they going to write their next policy on? And what about the Prime Minister? Well, Rishi Sunak had the chance to denounce the politics and the policies of Liz Truss, to make clear that he would never repeat her mistakes. But he didn't. If he's too weak to stand up to them 1 year in, what chance do you give him 5 years in? Be in no doubt, the biggest risk to Britain's economy is 5 more years of the Conservative Party. In contrast, Labour's defining economic mission is to restore growth to Britain. But it is no use simply claiming that we want economic growth without new ideas for how we can achieve it. That starts with understanding the world as it is today, a world that has been reshaped by new technologies, by the pandemic, by war, by great power rivalries, and by the climate crisis. In short, globalisation as we once knew it is dead. Disruption to supply chains that span the globe has revealed the perils of prizing only the fastest and the cheapest. And our ability to make the things essential to our national security has been depleted. Great gaps have been allowed to open up between different parts of the country, and we have time and time again been buffeted by global forces. In this new age of insecurity, it is no longer enough, if it ever was, for government to turn a blind eye to where things are made or who is making them, to run an economy based on the contributions of only a few people, a few industries, and a few parts of our country. A changed world demands a new business model for Britain. It is an approach that I call securonomics. That means government putting economic security first. Security for family finances and security for our national economy. It means we must rebuild our ability to do, make and sell more here in Britain, so we are less exposed to global shocks. Governments around the world have come to understand this in a way that our government cannot. That wealth does not just trickle down from a few at the top, but rests on the contribution of the many, on the skill and dedication of those who work in our everyday economy. Care workers, postal workers, supermarket workers, and on entrepreneurs, innovators and scientists. Growth from the bottom up and the middle out. An economy rebuilt in the interests of working people. Because from security comes hope. Labour will commit itself to rebuilding that security, to restoring that hope. Labour is ready to serve, ready to lead, ready to rebuild Britain. Conference, I do not underestimate the scale of the task ahead of us, nor the problems we would inherit in government. They demand hard work, determination, and tough decisions. The exhaustion of Conservative ideas does not give us the freedom to push through programmes detached from our present economic reality, or take for granted those people who we seek to represent. Change will only be achieved on the basis of iron discipline. Working people rightly expect nothing less. Because when you play fast and loose with the public finances, you put at risk family finances. When the prices of food and energy and housing soar, it is working people that pay that price. Like the mum that I met in Scarborough earlier this year, a mental health nurse who had moved back home with her mum for 5 years with her young family to save the deposit to buy a home of her own, only to find that when she was on the cusp of fulfilling that dream, after all that sacrifice, that the mortgage costs that she would face outstripped her income, and she had no chance of meeting them. This is one of thousands upon thousands of similar stories. Stories I hear wherever I go, of people who have worked hard and done all the right things, but whose dreams have been dashed by the choices of this Conservative government, people who we must not and will not let down. So, a Labour government will not waver from ironclad fiscal rules, nor play the Tory game of undermining our economic institutions. The last Labour government granted operational independence to the Bank of England. I started my career as an economist at the bank, and I saw the lasting contribution that that made to Britain's economic success. So we will protect the independence of the bank, the Office for Budget Responsibility and our civil service. And as Chancellor, I will put forward a new Charter for Budget Responsibility, a new fiscal lock guaranteeing in law that any government making permanent and significant tax and spending changes will be subject to an independent forecast from the Office for Budget Responsibility. Never again will we allow a repeat of the devastation that Liz Truss and the Tory party have inflicted upon family finances. Never again will a Prime Minister or Chancellor be allowed to rush through plans that are uncosted, unscrutinised and wholly detached from economic reality. But let me address directly those who say that to make hard choices is to make the same choices as the Tory party. To them, I say, economic responsibility does not detract from advances for working people. It is the foundation upon which progress is built. Hard choices, but Labour choices. The choice to back our high streets and small businesses by requiring online tech giants to pay their fair share. The choice to levy a proper windfall tax on the huge profits that the energy giants are making. So that working people do not bear the brunt of a crisis that they did not create. The choice to abolish the non-dom tax status and put that money into our National Health Service instead. Because, Conference, if you make your home in Britain, you should pay your taxes here too, and with Labour, you will. And another choice. In my first budget as Chancellor of the Exchequer, I will end the tax loophole which exempts private schools from paying VAT and business rates. And, Conference, we will put that money into helping the 93% of our children who are in our state schools. And I tell you, if Rishi Sunak wants a fight on this, if the party that has herded our children into porta cabins while our school roofs crumble wants a fight about who has the most aspiration for our children, then I say, bring it on. Conference, we are ready to serve, ready to lead and ready to rebuild Britain. Thank you. I didn't come into politics to raise taxes on working people. Indeed, I want them to be lower. But the Tories have piled 25 tax rises on ordinary working people and businesses, while allowing the wealthiest to avoid taxes, keeping loopholes open, and letting government waste spiral. Taxpayers' money should be spent with the same care with which we spend our own money. I remember my mum would sit around the kitchen table with her bank statements and her receipts. We weren't badly off, but we didn't have money to spare. For my mum, every penny mattered. I learned that same lesson at the Bank of England. Responsibility must always come first. But for too long, Tory governments have allowed money to be wasted and taxpayers defrauded. So Labour will wage a war against fraud, waste and inefficiency. Today, I can announce 3 further fronts in Labour's war on waste. First, we will crack down on Tory ministers' private jet habit. What is Rishi Sunak so scared of up there in his private jet? Meeting a voter Well, we will properly enforce the ministerial code on the use of private planes and save millions of pounds for taxpayers in the process. Second, we will slash government consultancy spending, which has almost quadrupled in just 6 years. Now, consultants can play an important role, but taxpayers must get value for money. So we will introduce tough new rules. If a government wants to bring in consultants, they must demonstrate value for money. And if they cannot, that request will be denied. We will aim to cut consultancy spending in half over the next Parliament. And third, we will go after those who profited from the carnival of waste during the pandemic. Today, the costs to the taxpayer of COVID fraud is estimated at £7.2 billion, with every single one of those cheques signed by Rishi Sunak as Chancellor. And yet, just 2% of all fraudulent COVID grants have been recovered. So I can announce today that we will appoint a COVID corruption commissioner supported by a hit squad of investigators, equipped with the powers they need and the mandate to do whatever it takes to claw back the money that has ripped off the taxpayer, to take the fraudsters to court and to get back every penny of taxpayers' money that they can. Because, conference, that money belongs in our NHS, it belongs in our police, it belongs in our school. And let me tell you, we want that money back. We are ready to serve, we are ready to lead. Conference, we are ready to rebuild Britain. Labour will tax fairly and spend wisely. But, conference, I must tell you, you cannot tax and spend your way to economic growth. The lifeblood of a growing economy is business investment. It is investment that allows businesses to expand, create jobs and compete with international rivals, with new plants, factories and research labs coming to Britain, not France or Germany or America. But today, we lag well behind our peers for private sector investment as a share of GDP, with tens of billions of pounds less spent on new machinery and new infrastructure. Is that because British people aren't as hardworking, or as creative, or as enterprising? No. British businesses, from life sciences to creative industries, from digital to financial services, can and do lead the world. But they have been held back by the chaos and instability of this Conservative government. So Labour will aim to restore investment as a share of our GDP to the level that it was under the last Labour government and to bring us in line with our peers, adding an additional £50 billion to our GDP every single year, worth £1,700 for every household in Britain. But we know too that asking businesses to do all the heavy lifting while government steps back is not an option. As our competitors understand, there is a role for government in encouraging and de-risking investment in new and growing industries. So we will provide catalytic investment through a new national wealth fund. Financial responsibility means knowing when not to spend, but it also means making sure that when you invest, you get the bang for your buck. So we will set that new National Wealth Fund a target. For every pound of investment that we put in, we will leverage in 3 times as much private investment. And conference, be in no doubt, no matter what political games the Tories are willing to play over our energy transition, no matter how willing they are to ignore the warnings of businesses, investors, and trade unions, no matter how many times they put short-term political calculation over the security and the prosperity of the British people, Labour will make the long-term decisions and invest in British industry, driving down bills and creating new jobs. Jobs for plumbers, builders and electricians. Jobs for scientists, designers and engineers. In green hydrogen and carbon capture and storage. In Grangemouth, Middlesbrough, Swansea and Hull. In steel, in Sheffield, Scunthorpe and Port Talbot. In offshore wind, in Fife, in Plymouth and Newport. Making electric car batteries in Coventry, Sunderland and in Blythe, and jobs retrofitting homes in Keighley, Rochester and Warrington, and in every village, town and city across our great country, ready to serve, ready to lead, ready to rebuild Britain. And conference. If we want to spur investment, restore economic security and revive growth, then we must get Britain building again. The Tories would have you believe we can't build anything in Britain anymore. In fact, the single biggest obstacle to building infrastructure, to investment and to growth in this country is the Conservative Party itself. Just look at the fate of HS2. A major transport project lost, another promise broken, because the government could not keep costs under control. By the time this government even recognised that they had a problem, the project was already £30 billion over budget. The question must be, how was it ever allowed to get to that point? If I were in the Treasury, I would have been on the phone to the Chief Executive of HS2 non-stop, demanding answers and solutions on behalf of taxpayers, businesses and commuters. But with this government, it has become a pattern. When it comes to getting things built and projects delivered, Britain has become the sick man of Europe, with HS2 coming in at 10 times the cost of the French equivalent. And that is why our Shadow Transport Secretary, Louise Haigh, will commission an independent expert inquiry into HS2 to learn the lessons for the future. Because many more major government capital projects are running over time, over budget, and are in danger of going undelivered. It is incumbent on government to make sure major projects are delivered on time and on budget. I will not tolerate taxpayers' money being treated with the disrespect we have seen over recent years. I will not turn a blind eye to dither, delay and incompetence. I will hold those responsible to account. I will demand action when they are not delivering value for money. And so I have asked Darren Jones, the Shadow Chief Secretary to the Treasury, to work closely with industry experts and trade unions and to examine line by line every ongoing major capital project to make sure that on day one of a Labour government, we are ready to get Britain building again. If the Tories won't build, if the Tories can't build, then we will. We will take on our antiquated planning system. Since 2012, decision times for national infrastructure have increased by 65%, now taking 4 years. With Labour, that will change. So today, I am announcing our plans to get Britain building, a once-in-a-generation set of reforms to accelerate the building of critical infrastructure for energy, transport and housing, to fast-track battery factories, life sciences and 5G infrastructure, the things that we need to succeed in the decades to come, and to tackle the litigation which devours time and money before we even see shovels in the ground, and to make sure that when a local community hosts national infrastructure, they will feel the benefits, including through lower energy bills. Conference, it is time that we had a government that matched the ambition that people have for their families and communities. A government siding with the builders, not the blockers. A government that will get Britain building again, and with Labour, we will. Let me give you one example. Our energy grid. Today, new developments are being forced to wait up to 15 years until the late 2030s to connect to the grid. £200 billion worth of projects stuck in limbo. So today, working closely with Ed Miliband, I can announce Labour's plans to rewire Britain, securing the supply chain we need for lower bills, and to build faster and cheaper, opening up new grid connections to competitive tendering. And because the British people should own a stake in their energy system, the publicly owned Great British Energy will look to bid into that competition. 220,000 new jobs, lower bills for good, and energy security for Britain. And there's more. We will invest in expanding local authorities' planning capacity to speed up decisions. And here is how we will pay for it. Rocketing interest rates have dealt a hammer blow to the dreams of millions of people who want to own their own home, when already that dream was far too remote for far too many people. It is not right that while so many people are struggling, many homes are bought by overseas buyers who may own a property but leave it vacant, driving up prices while families and young people are desperate to get onto the housing ladder. So because 1 year ago, Keir Starmer set out the ambition for the next Labour government to make 70% of British households homeowners, because a house should be first a home and not an asset, and because, Conference, it is time we built the homes our young people need, we will raise the stamp duty surcharge on overseas buyers to get Britain building. Conference, Labour is the party of the builders, not the blockers. Labour is the party of economic growth. And it is now beyond doubt, it is Labour that is the party of home ownership in Britain today. Working people need the skills to succeed in the modern economy and the security to utilise them. From security, hope. The parents struggling to balance caring responsibilities and work. The key workers struggling to pay the rent. The would-be entrepreneurs struggling to access the finance to turn brilliant ideas into commercial reality. A productive economy cannot be built on such fragile foundations, because there is now a mountain of economic evidence that higher wages and greater job security have real benefits for businesses. And there is also a mountain of human evidence of too many children growing up in poverty, of too many parents skipping meals, of too many people waiting by the phone to find out whether they have work that day or not. So, as Angela Rayner set out yesterday, the next Labour government will offer a new deal for working people. 0-hour contracts banned, fire and rehire gone, sick pay strengthened, and basic rights from day one. And Conference, it was the last Labour government which finally delivered on the promise of Keir Hardie to implement a national minimum wage. The fight against poverty pay has always been at the very heart of our movement. And so the next Labour government will go further. Not a rebrand of the minimum wage like the Tories, but for the first time, a minimum wage taking account of the real cost of living. Finally, Conference, with Labour we will have a genuine living wage. post of Chancellor of the Exchequer has existed now for 800 years. In that time, not one single woman has held that post. Conference, when we next meet, I intend to address this hall as Britain's first female Chancellor of the Exchequer. To do so would be the privilege of my lifetime. But more important than that, it would come with a great weight of responsibility. The responsibility to show our daughters, to show my daughter, that they should place no limits on their ambitions. And the responsibility too, like Labour women before, to drive progress for women. Still, half a century after the Equal Pay Act, women in Britain earn on average 15% less than men. On current trends, it may take until 2044 for that gap to disappear. But women cannot afford to wait that long, and nor should we have to. The work of women have been undervalued for too long, and that is why I have asked Frances O'Grady to examine how we can go further and faster so that the next Labour government makes the next great strides towards ending the gender pay gap once and for all, ready to serve, ready to lead, and ready to rebuild Britain. We have changed this party so that we may have the chance to change our country. Labour will fight this next election on the economy. Every day we will expose what the Conservatives have done to our country. Because the questions people should ask themselves ahead of the next election are simple. Do you and your family feel better off than you did 13 years ago? Do our schools, our hospitals, our police work better than they did 13 years ago? Frankly, is there anything in Britain that works better than when the Conservatives came to office 13 years ago? Now, if you do think that Britain is better after 13 years, if you think our country is as good as it can be right now, if after all of this you want to leave your future, your children's future, our country's future, in the hands of the Conservative Party, then I may not be able to persuade you. But if, like me, you think that Britain can do better, that Britain can be better off, if you, like me, believe that it is time to put security first and reject the risk of 5 more years of chaos and decline, then join us. Join us in our mission to rebuild Britain. Join us in our mission to give Britain its future back, creating new jobs, driving down bills, reviving our high streets, rescuing our public services, more teachers in our schools, more police on our streets, more doctors and nurses in our hospitals, lifting families from poverty, achieving energy security, and bringing growth back to Britain. We are here, ready to serve, ready to lead, and together we can and we will rebuild Britain. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, conference. Thank you. Thank you.
Delegates, can I just ask you to take your seats but don't leave the hall just yet? We have heard from our Shadow Chancellor. Now I'm proud to introduce a short message from the former Governor of the Bank of England, Mark Carney.
Rachel Reeves is a serious economist. She began her career at the Bank of England, so she understands the big picture. But crucially, she also understands the economics of work, of place, and of family. It's beyond time to put her ideas and energy into action.
Delegates, conference now stands adjourned until 2 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you very much.
About being trusted on the economy, and they are literally taking Tory attack lines from previous elections and turning it on them. So remember, Labour can't be trusted on the economy. You have Rachel Reeves there saying the Conservatives can't be trusted on the economy. She's talking about chaos under the Tories. It reminded me of a David Cameron quote back in 2015 where he said, do you want to risk the stability of us effectively for chaos under Ed Miliband? She's taken that attack line and she's turning it on the Conservatives. So it wasn't a policy heavy speech in any way, I don't think, but politically it was really going for the target, and it was a speech in which she was reiterating what Keir Starmer was saying. She was very clearly clinging to the centre ground, and it was very cautious. I mean, iron discipline, ironclad with fiscal rules, navy blue suit. Does it remind you of anyone?
Yeah, it's a good point.
And
very deliberate.
And just in terms of the policy announcements, because there were some bits and pieces in there, but it was all about, this is about growth, this is not tax and spend. The biggest three announcements in there were about waste. One was, taking a pot shot at the Prime Minister, banning, we're not going to have ministerial jets.
What's Rishi Sunak so scared of meeting a voter? You can see what they're doing there.
You see what they're doing with that one. But the other two were more substantive. So she said there that they would cut consultancy costs within government by half, and they also talked about the COVID corruption czar who is going to try and claw back money wasted, taxpayer money. That got huge cheer in the hall. Her aides tell us that they think that would garner $4 billion of public money. They haven't reallocated it yet, but look for that in the manifesto. But then the other announcements, it was really all about growth, reiterating that they will borrow to invest, green economy, house building, planning. I mean, planning and the big green economy strategy are actually really radical policies, but you won't hear Rachel Reeves saying the word radical. She is almost trying to be small c conservative, I think, in how she's trying to present. And why? Because they need to win the centre ground. I think that was actually a speech there of a potential future leader. I mean, she is really in the zone there, and she must have been nervous. She knew what hung on that speech today, and I think from her face afterwards she was delighted that she got through it successfully.
You could tell that, couldn't you, by her reaction? So. I think you're right. Beth, thank you very much for the analysis. And as Beth was just saying, what we have here in Liverpool is a party that is very much preparing for government. We saw it in that Rachel Reeves speech. The eyes are on the prize. There's a very disciplined conference. I don't think we're expecting to see some of the, chaos around the sidelines of last week. And it was summed up by the Shadow Chancellor's speech, setting out her clear vision for how she would act if she was going to be Chancellor after the next election. And I think the key words is ironclad fiscal rules. Back to you now, Jane, for the rest of the news.
Sophie, thanks very much.
spare ticket for Arsenal, he'd invite me along, even though I'm a staunch Crystal Palace supporter. Keir is a passionate footballer. He is extremely combative, takes it very seriously, and I think he can best be described as a midfield general with a silky left foot. You know, he's the guy that books the pitch. He's the guy that picks the teams and sends the WhatsApps out with the teams. He's the guy that runs around on a Saturday messaging people like me saying, can you play tomorrow? I've got 2 that have dropped out. He collects the subs. You know, it's the stuff that blokes up and down the country do every Sunday. And yeah, he's just one of the guys, you know, one of the lads on the pitch. And he gets stuck in and he gives it and he gets it back, and everybody's just completely equal on the pitch. It's great. And there's all sorts of people there. There's people that he's known for 30 years. There's somebody who came along 3 weeks ago because they were short and he was somebody's mate's mate, and he's playing. And, you know, as long as you're, you know, past the test of being a decent bloke, and it's not so much about how good you are at football, it's more about you're a decent bloke and you want a pint afterwards, then you're in. First thing I would say about Keir is he was a great leader. He brought the best out of everybody that he worked with. I first met Keir when I was a prosecutor on the counter-terrorism division at the Crown Prosecution Service, and I needed to have an expert opinion from a human rights lawyer when he was appointed the Director of Public Prosecutions, and I'd just recently been made the head of the International Division of the Crown Prosecution Service. Keir was incredibly collaborative. He was a team player. He always knew his brief better than everybody else, including those of us who might have written them. I felt that he was someone that I could speak openly to, which for any senior leader is not always the case. For the leader of a very large establishment organisation, it's certainly not always the case. I think Keir would be a fantastic Prime Minister. He, most importantly, will do 2 things for me. The first is he will restore trust in public office. That's a huge statement, it's a huge task, and of course there'll be many people that will never trust, and there'll be a lot who still are sceptical, and I'm not surprised after what we've been through. But there will be a lot of people who will see that he is a man of his word, he is a man of ability, he is a man who will not do things for the sake of doing them. He will not do them because they look good. He will do them because they're the right thing to do and they will have beneficial impact. He's always tried to do things that make things better, no matter how difficult they are, and no matter how difficult they are for him. I think he had plenty of friends when he was going into politics who turned around to him, close friends, and said, why would you want to do that? You know, you're one of the leading human rights lawyers of your generation. You could earn an absolute fortune at the bar. You could do all this amazing work. Why would you put yourself through this? He believes quite clearly that you've got to try and make a difference, and you've got to try and do it in the most effective way.
I'll be 45 on Saturday, and I have never voted, ever. I'm not ashamed, but I'm a little bit ashamed that I've not done that. I don't understand the politics, but when sometimes I've looked and other parties have been voted, it just feels a falseness. Like they're telling you everything that you want to hear, and then when it comes to it, they're like, we'll get there, and then sometimes it doesn't happen. And that can affect people from voting, I think, as well. It kind of puts them off, but definitely Graham will get my vote, definitely. Very nice man. So my name's Marisha Allen and I stay in Bunn Street in High Valleyfield. I've been in the whole area for 11 years, but been in High Valleyfield for the last 8. I've never voted, unfortunately. I'm going to be 45 on Saturday and never voted. But since speaking to Graham, he's completely changed my opinion of the whole voting for it. I've secretly been Labour, but because I don't understand it, it's kind of stopped me from voting and all the jargon that some of the MPs give you. But Graham is down to earth, just talks to you normal, and what he's done for the community already and what he's going to do for the community in the future moving forward is definitely going to get my vote.
Elliot, please come in. Please go in. I am what commonly known as a disillusioned but disaffected Tory. I really thought Boris was going to be the man, and I was disappointed.
What do you want us to take away from here? So, right, that's the sort of thing that really matters to you.
The Labour Party appears to have their finger on what I want, pensions, for example. But although we've had a pension increase, it's nowhere near what it feels about.
Food is going up, everything's going up. Mortgages going up with the cost of living crisis. Then harder and harder and harder. And if you ask people, do you feel better off now than when this government first came in 13 years ago? Almost nobody says yeah, because their wages haven't gone up significantly. All public services are in a mess. The economy hasn't grown, which is why we need a change. I mean, hopefully there will be a by-election here pretty soon. Part of the work we've done in the last 3 years is to change the Labour Party so that we can actually face the electorate, understand what they're going through, so that if we do win the election, you can hit the ground on day one.
You, in person, seem to be the right guy for the job.
I appreciate it, I can.
I'm all vote Labour.
What a welcome! What a welcome! In Labour, Selby and Ainsley.
You voted for change. You put your trust in the Labour Party, and we hear you. The priorities of working people are our priorities. So by changing our party, listening to voters, we've shown what a changed Labour Party can do.
I have voted Conservative probably for the last 30 years. We've decided to vote for Labour this time round, as opposed to, obviously, Conservative. I feel they've totally let the country down. And I also feel that the Liberal Democrats, to me, it would be a wasted vote. The reason Alistair is going to get our vote this time round is because he's local. He knows the area, he was raised in the area, and he understands local issues. What I like about Alistair's policy is that moving forward, any new build development are going to have the infrastructure put into place before the houses are built and people occupy them. Labour and Alistair, this time round, I'm definitely getting my vote. It's time to change.
Keir generally has come from a regular background, living in a three-bedroom, semi-detached, pebble-dashed house. And his dad was a toolmaker and his mother was a nurse. He came from the kind of household that millions of people in our country live in. When I first introduced with my mum in probably 1983, I said, "Mum, this is Keir. He's a future Labour Prime Minister." And I literally said that as a joke, both to him and to her, but obviously it was actually prophecy and I was Nostradamus. So Keir and I met quite a long time ago now in our first week of our first term at Leeds University. He was fairly much like he is now. He honestly hasn't changed in all this time. He still likes the same things. He still plays football regularly. He still watches football regularly. He goes to the football with the same friends that he's had for years. I lived with him in London when he became a junior barrister, and he would always go the extra mile for his work. Really committed, would prepare meticulously, as he still does. He was a person that people were drawn to, I'd say. You know, he was always a kind of a natural leader. Family's always been very important to Keir, ever since his childhood, really. Ever since I knew him, his mum was ill. He really felt her illness strongly, and he was always there for her and supportive. His dad was great. His dad really looked after his mum too. It was very sad when his mum passed, actually. What you don't perhaps see much of him on TV is that he was, you know, a good laugh. He was a very good friend. He chose to enter politics to make a difference, which is what he's always wanted to do with his time and his life and his talents. He is not motivated by money or power or any of the things that I think alarm us about our politicians. He's literally motivated by doing the right thing for the party and his country. And I think we can't ask for any more than that. I think that's what we really need.
I usually vote Conservative, but I'm lending Labour my vote in this by-election. I just don't think I can trust the Conservatives anymore, and it feels like it's time for a change. In about 12 months' time, we will have a general election, and if I start to regret it, I'll have a chance to have my say again. But this by-election is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to send this government a message, and I'm not missing it. I'm voting Labour.
I'm at the New York Stock Exchange today because I know that there's a real challenge in Britain in ensuring that our businesses can access finance, grow and list in London. And too many businesses feel that they're forced out of Britain and forced to raise capital and come to the US. But I'm determined to change that because I want the best of British business to stay in Britain, to create the wealth and the prosperity and the jobs. And so under Labour, we would have the economic stability and security that businesses need to invest and that investors need to make those investments. But we would also make it easier to unlock money in UK pension funds to help fast industries grow and to get a better return for pension savers. It's why we would reform the rules around the British Business Bank. Under Labour, I want Britain to be the best place to start and grow a business. And with our plans for economic security and stability, and our plans for jobs and growth, I know that once again, Britain can be that place and that global leader.
Conference, please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Conference, please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Please take your seats. Conference, please welcome Wendy Nichols and the Platform Party.
Afternoon, Conference, and sorry for the slight delay. but I want to make an announcement first. And in the tradition of in the Wheeler household, I want to announce that Michael and Sue Wheeler this morning had a baby, Duncan Henry Wheeler. Michael is a member of USDAW and obviously a representative of the NEC, so congratulations to Michael and Sue. Okay, conference, so we're now going to continue on from the debate that we had this morning, welcome back. We have the Growth Mission plenary and reports from the nation's local government, the Cooperative Party, but first we have the rest of the growth debate. So the first speaker I'd like to introduce you to is Thangam Debbonaire, Shadow Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport. Thank you.
Conference, it's wonderful to be together again in Liverpool, a city steeped in culture, bustling with creative people and world-class sports teams. On Saturday, I went to Anfield and I paid my respects to the Hillsborough 97. That decades-long fight for justice is a reminder of the power of sport and of the people of this city. Liverpool, we stand with you and we're proud to be here. Conference, creativity is one of Britain's greatest strengths. We sing spectacular songs, write spellbinding stories, and make first-rate films. Our sports teams lift us up, our games industry immerses us in other worlds. Creativity brings us joy. It enriches our lives. And this, in and of itself, makes the creative industries worth their weight in gold. But their value goes beyond that. Successful creative industries are crucial to growing our economy. They will provide the great jobs of the future, but to do them, our children will need the necessary skills. So I'm working with Bridget Phillipson on Labour's creative curriculum to bring the best music, art, sport and drama to every child. Because every child's talent matters. It matters. Creative businesses can revitalise our communities and our high streets. They boost brand Britain, selling our talent and originality around the world. But friends, they're being held back. You only have to look at that shambles they called a conference last week to see that Tories spend more time talking about culture wars than culture. Now, imagine the possibilities for the creative industries if they had a national champion squarely in their corner, fighting for them. Conference, that champion is the next Labour government. We'll make sure everyone has the opportunity to share in that success, but it starts with asking tough questions. How do we all share in the joy and the jobs? Where are the women? Where are the people of colour? Where are the people from working class communities? Because we are all better off when we draw on everyone's talents. That's the Labour way. That's who we are. But for everyone to feel the benefits, we need to have the right creative spaces in the right places. Across our rural areas and towns, as well as in our cities, in the north and the south, as bedrocks of our communities, bringing life back to our high streets. More studios, animation and gaming workshops, art centres, pub theatres, music venues, cinemas, nightclubs, right across the country. Because culture should be for everyone, no matter who you are or where you live. Conference, under the next Labour government, it will be. So, today, I'm announcing that the next Labour government will bring forward Space to Create, the first national cultural infrastructure plan, Labour's plan to fire up the engines of our creative economy. We'll build on the work of those fantastic Labour mayors who've put creative space at the heart of their growth plans and succeeded even under the Tories. Imagine what they could do under Labour. A national cultural infrastructure map so local leaders, businesses and philanthropists are better able to spot cultural spaces at risk and opportunities for investment and development. Space to create teams around the country, providing guidance, training, learning and networking to get creative businesses on a stronger footing. Creative industries, backed by the next Labour government, right at the heart of our plan for economic growth, where they belong, shouting loud and proud about the joy they bring. It's what makes us human. It makes life worth living. Conference, let's turn the page on 13 years of Tory government and together paint, perform, film, sing, dance, design and write a new, more prosperous and joyous story for Britain. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, Thangam. And we move now on to Peter Kyle, who will address conference in his new role.
Thank you, Conference. Throughout Britain's history, when new ideas and inventions are made to work for everyone, the economy grows and people's lives get better. Ever since the Industrial Revolution, that change has been driven by technology. From horses to cars, from sailing ships to passenger jets, the information revolution enabled by Britain's Tim Berners-Lee's World Wide Web, and medical science that has made organ transplants, IVF and mRNA vaccines possible, helping our NHS to save lives. Wave after wave of scientific, technological and research-driven progress. Of course, each wave has posed risks, each generated fear. And when governments have got it wrong, too often it's been those with least resilience or wealth that have missed out on the opportunities that progress can deliver. We are a progressive party. Those aren't just words. It means that we're in favour of progress. Our task as a political party is to harness that progress for all of us. It gives us a mandate to harness this, one of the great progressive causes of our times, because a new wave of innovation has just arrived, one in its infancy, but with the potential to be the biggest yet. Computers are on the cusp of becoming infinitely more powerful. Programs are starting to organize vast amounts of information in recognizably human ways. Life sciences sector are producing medicines that are personalized, and clean energy is already starting to power our lives. Our job in government will be to ensure that British people, all of them, can ride that wave. Understandably, once again, people are worried. And that's why, in the interests of working people will be baked into everything the next Labour government does. Our partnerships with critical sectors and businesses will reflect our progressive values. We'll make sure that emerging technology makes the whole country better off. A Keir Starmer-led government will seek out, nurture and harness the power of these great new advances. We'll make sure that they become opportunities that benefit our country and its workers. Because new technology could strengthen our democracy if we use it wisely. The wealth and jobs generated by advances in scientific and computing power could tackle regional inequality if we make it so. And the data revolution will help transform our cherished public services and the welfare state after years of Tory decline to the benefit of those in greatest need. It could reinvent them for generations to come, yet this will only be possible if there is a Labour government to make it happen. And for those that worry that the task of harnessing new technology to meet the public's need is too great, don't forget we've done it before. In 1964, it was a Labour government that grasped the white heat of technology. It was Labour who threw open the doors to university education, making it an option for everyone from every background. And it will be the next Labour government that will harness technologies like artificial intelligence and puts it to work for everyone from every background today and into the future. Our potential has been squandered by 13 years of Labour government. Life sciences, one of the crown jewels of our science sector, yet pharmaceutical exports have fallen by over a quarter since 2015. The Tories boasted about rejoining Horizon after 3 years of uncertainty, having promised it would be there from the first day after leaving the European Union. Their chaos and instability is bad for innovation, and it's bad for investment too. It's especially bad for the development of new, cutting-edge technologies that require years of careful research. Great, transformative breakthroughs need certainty and consistency. But under the Conservatives, funding for innovation bodies like UKRI only lasts for 3 years. That's just enough to see them through 3 Tory Prime Ministers, but it's not enough to create the innovations that our society and our economy needs. So a Labour government will create certainty with 10-year R&D budgets. This will allow the relationships with industry to build and long-term partnerships to form. That leads to investment in new technology and the infrastructure that underpins it. And that's enough time not only to invent, but also to invest and implement. Enough time to help us improve lives and make the savings needed for more investment. And we will go further than ever before to make Britain the best place to innovate. We will end the Tory labyrinth that wastes time of our inventors and our investors. A Labour government will cut red tape and introduce a series of earned trust in place of repetitive paperwork and endless box ticking. We'll increase the number of university spin-outs, accepting the recommendations of our startup review. That includes publishing annual data on the performance of university spin-out support and a new founder track, giving more flexibility to people who establish spin-outs and want to keep a higher stake of the equity. Just think of the possibilities this new world of innovation, technology, and scientific progress offers the people of our country. It could give every small business owner the same tools as global giants. It could mean every student having an education tailored to their personal talents and challenges. Doctors could spend more time with patients and less filling out forms, but only if we have a government with the vision, the leadership to harness and shape it. Our country has the talent. We have the universities and research institutes that lead the world. We have the workforce and unions with the skills and knowledge to deliver. What's missing is a government with the vision, the energy and the ambition to deliver it, but in Labour, with Keir Starmer's leadership, we will. So let's shape the future so it delivers for all.
Thank you, Peter. So now we have Composite 6, Technology and AI in the Workplace, to be moved by Unite and seconded by the CWU. If you want to sign in at the desk. Unite or is this CWU? Is this Unite? Yeah.
Sorry about that, I was waiting for the cab to pick me up at the back of the hall. Tom Murphy, moving this important composite on behalf of United Union. Conference, workers in the print industry have long memories, and we remember the charging horses of the Wapping dispute, where millionaires imposed automation by force. New digitisation and the rapid rise of AI are undoubtedly more subtle than the brutality of that dispute, but if left unchecked, that impact on workers' jobs and livelihoods will be no less profound. This debate is not about holding back the tide of progress. It never has been. It's about the terms by which it is introduced and who benefits. Analysts at McKinsey are already forecasting that AI could increase corporate profits by a further $4.4 trillion. It should be no surprise to us that this isn't how workers experience it. Take call centres. AI voice analytics is used not only to judge if a sale or a service was successful or the length of the call, but to judge the pitch and tone of a worker's voice at every point of every call, to give workers a sentiment rating. This unheard of level of surveillance is happening from workers' own homes and devices within their homes and their laptops. Conference, yes, we need regulation, and yes, we need safeguards on image rights and intellectual property. But we must also focus on what only our movement can deliver: protection and fair distribution of the benefits of AI and automation at work. That can be won through new digital collective agreements. That must mean consultation on the introduction of new technology. It must mean protection from surveillance. And it must mean the fair distribution of productivity gains. Finally, conference, I'll let you think about this. Was this speech written by AI on ChatGPT? If AI can automate conference delegates, then truly nobody is safe. Conference, please support this motion.
Chair, Conference. Karen Rose, Communication Workers Union, to second Composite 6. Conference, artificial intelligence is everywhere, from Netflix recommendations to human resource management, including the hiring, firing and surveillance of workers. Our members in the CWU are already experiencing the damaging and dehumanising impacts of AI, including work intensification, discrimination and the invasion of privacy. Whether in Santander, BT, Virgin Media, Royal Mail, the Post Office, Capita, or the tech sector, all of our members are feeling the effects of unregulated expansion of technology. Failing to regulate the use of technology can have disastrous consequences. In the delivery sector, Amazon drivers are reporting being forced to drive dangerously in order to meet unmanageable delivery targets set by the company's app. In contact centres, our members have to use AI-powered apps to guide customer conversations and meet stringent goals for handling and completions. Employers across our economy are increasingly reliant on advanced technologies to make managerial decisions, with devastating results when the data is incorrect or biased. When workers are told the computer says no, they don't have any clear route for appeal, there's no automatic right to a human review and automated decision-making, and this must change. The next Labour government must urgently introduce legislation to protect working people. This must include the legal duty on employers to consult with trade unions on the introduction of the invasive AI and automated technologies. The importance of it cannot be underestimated. We're calling on Labour to commit to working with trade unions to better understand how technology is used in the workplaces. We're not opposed to the use of new and innovative technologies. We know they can make life better for us all. But trade unions and workers must be at the heart of the approach we take to the rapidly changing world of work. We're asking you to support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, delegates, I do have time to take some speakers. I'm going to initially take 4 speakers on the issues we've discussed this afternoon and this composite and any residual from this morning. So I'm going to have a look round and I can see a hand there, and I think it's a turquoise top. Oh, it's blue, but yeah, okay. And then, yeah, over there, and then, oh, the woman there with the white sleeves, and the one behind with the, is it a red rose? Yeah. So I'll take, we'll have time to come back for some more. Can you register? Thank you.
Good afternoon, conference. It's Mary Black, Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford CLP, first-time conference speaker, and I've got a neurological disorder. It's the same one that Bobby Kennedy in the United States has got. That's my claim to fame or not. So I might sound a bit strange. It's a bit unpredictable. I'm an electricity networks worker. I work in the distribution network, so I want to talk to Composite 3, which mentions bringing the electricity networks back into public ownership. And I just want to tell you how important I think that is, because I've worked for a long time in the industry. Now, we're the people who look after the wires and the cables that take the electricity from National Grid, and we take it to people's homes. So we look after all of that network. With electric vehicles and heat pumps, it's those low voltage networks that are going to be impacted by people using more electricity than our wires have ever had to cope with before. At the moment, the idea is that it's all going to be delivered by the market, by people load shifting. And I just want to talk about the need for planning and the sheer scale of what we face. For a start, we're talking about millions of people whose data we need to understand if we're going to be able to shift the load. And I do believe we do need some load shifting, but also where you've got some very narrow cables going down streets, there's a limit to what you can load shift. So you also do need some investment in the infrastructure. But we've had years of outsourcing, of being understaffed. We're still paying for the years where no apprentices were taken on, which is why we got a shortage of linesmen and women in the country, which is why it's harder to get people's electricity back on when you have an outage during a climate change event. We got loads and loads of issues that are connected to privatisation, a lack of planning, leaving it to the market. I mean, smart meters have still only been rolled out to 50% of the population, and yet they think we'll be able to control all the different houses and know what load everyone's using. And we're just not there yet, not without a massive investment in the kind of data science, in the data systems and technologies and everything else we need. And in some ways, with the NHS, you know that it's crumbling in a way that's quite demoralising for the staff, just in terms of that general crumbling of the infrastructure. And we feel the same in our industry, to be honest. You still see the lights on. You don't see the lights coming off. What you don't know is all the things that are creaking at the edges, because that money's been going into the pockets of our owners over the years. So please, please, please support Composite 3, if only for that little clause, but, you know, support the whole idea. Thank you.
Do you want to come up? Next speaker.
Hi, conference. I'm Naomi Pole, and I'm General Secretary of the Musicians Union. Thank you. So fantastic to hear Thangam's speech and how excited she is about the creative industries. Our members, musicians, have struggled so much under this Conservative government. We recently ran a survey of our members, and their average earnings from music are £20,000. And when we ran that same survey 10 years ago, their average earnings were still £20,000. So their costs have increased. Touring's getting much harder, not just in Europe post-Brexit, but also in the UK because of the cost of it. They've also had very little support during the pandemic. When their workplaces were closed, there was no work at all. 40% of our members didn't qualify for any government support. So they've really suffered, and we need things to get better. And it was great to hear Rachel Reeves speaking about growth and the workforce in the same sentence, because we've not heard that. A lot of the growth that we've seen in the creative industries and in the music industry has been about massive corporations that are based in the States, and all the money generated by the musicians that we represent leaves the country. So it's not actually benefiting the UK economy as much as it should. We need to see a fair deal for musicians and creators and artists who work so hard but just don't get the reward for the work. We know their works are being streamed all the time on platforms, and they're not getting any revenue for that. So thank you, Thangam. We're very excited about a Labour government. I think with announcements in the last couple of weeks about Northern Ballet, for example, they're no longer going out with a live orchestra on tour. They're going to be using a recording because they can't afford it. And it's because of standstill arts funding over the past decade. We're really worried now about our members' jobs. So yeah, desperately need a Labour government. Let's get the Labour government in, and we're really excited that you won't be Shadow Culture Secretary, you'll be Culture Secretary. Thank you.
Delegate, can you just hang on 1 second? I'll take the next round before you start, if that's okay. So I've probably got time for 3 more speakers. The woman there in the... Is it? Yeah, yeah. The person towards the back, I think it might be a grey shirt there. Hands still quite high.
So checky.
Checky shirt. Yes. Let's go over here. Where am I going? Right at the back over there. So, like a
greyish jumper.
No. Sorry. Right. Yes. Sorry. Yes. Thank you.
You can probably afford one more.
And one more, I'm being told. Where do I go?
I think you probably want somebody towards the back if you can see a hand.
Can I see a hand towards the back? Oh, over there against the wall with the accessibility steward. Yeah. Yes. Okay, thank you. If you want to start.
Okay. Yvonne Green from Unison, proud to be speaking in support of this motion, Technology and AI in the Workplace. Digital technology and artificial intelligence are transforming the way we live and work. Conference, there's no escaping it, and these trends were accelerated during the coronavirus pandemic. AI is not a thing of the future. AI is already here, deciding shift patterns, selecting candidates for interviews, even analysing facial expressions, tone of voice, and accents to access candidates' suitability for roles. It's already making life-changing decisions about the way millions work, including how people are hired, performance managed, and fired. But Conference, this Tory government has taken its foot off the pedal. The UK is behind the curve on the regulation of AI. Employment law is failing to keep pace with new technology, so it's no wonder that employers don't know how to deploy it fairly, and workers are not equipped to protect themselves from its potential threats or benefits from its potential opportunities either. Conference, in the absence of proper regulations of AI and digital technology in the workplace, our labour market risks becoming a Wild West. Workers are becoming more and more vulnerable to widespread discrimination and unfair treatment. Conference, it is why we need these changes: the right to switch off, new duties on employers to consult with and listen to workers and their unions. new laws to protect us from discriminatory algorithms, because remember, conference, it is human beings who write the code that dictates how AI treats us. So it's easy to see how prejudice and inequality can become hardwired into systems. Conference, we cannot allow this Conservative government to play rough and ready as our working lives change forever. Conference, please support this motion.
It's the... Yeah. Oh, all right, thank you. And please walk up with him.
James Driver, Elmet and Rothwell CLP. I speak in favour of Composite 5 social care workforce. This motion is about three simple values: dignity, respect and opportunity. Staff paid fairly in a well-resourced system gives vulnerable people the dignity they deserve to live their lives with freedom and choice. Respect, because our staff always go above and beyond to give people they work with every opportunity to thrive. This is central to our party's most central principles, that everyone deserves the same chances to succeed, regardless of their background. The current social care system does not provide this for far too many people. This motion today goes some way to changing that, which is why I urge delegates to support the motion. Thank you, comrades.
Hello everyone, my name is Judea Spencer and I'm a delegate for Greenwich and Woolwich CLP. This is my first time at National Conference and my first time as a speaker here. I would firstly like to thank the chair and the panel for the opportunity to speak on this stage. Young Labour and the rest of our generation are at an age where we're looking towards or just starting to go into full-time employment. Entering the workforce is supposed to be an exciting milestone for us, but recently there are many horror stories over surveillance and the fears of AI taking over our entry-level jobs. And this is affecting us mentally in a very negative way. I believe that we are a generation that are masters of adaptation, and we have experienced constant change over our lives so far. As our job roles are changing, I support this motion and asking the Labour Party to adapt legislation with us, because it is exactly what we need in order to ensure the inevitable rise of the use of technology and AI will benefit everyone. As MP Rachel Reeves mentioned in her speech earlier, in chess, we must think a few moves ahead. And this is why I'm asking the party to seek to create a healthy digital culture through proactive legislation. This means that the legislation will ensure that AI and technology does not discriminate based on age, gender, ethnicity, or sexual orientation. It ensures that hiring AI does not use cookie technology to access information beyond our CVs, and also that all final decisions are human reviewed so accountability is guaranteed. Please support this motion and thank you for listening.
Joe White, PPC for Bassett Law. Conference. This speech is in honour of the Wilko Warriors. The workers who have lost their jobs in recent weeks. Wilko Warriors is the name of the Facebook group of the 1,500 people who worked at the HQ and distribution depot, where they shared the updates, the hopes, the fears, and the lows as they travelled the route to mass redundancy. In Bassett Law, we are seeing 2,000 jobs wiped out. Wilko was the first logistics site to come to Bassett Law, attracted because of the good reputation of the people, loyal, hardworking and reliable. Many have worked at the site since its opening, lifelong friends. The bonds that tie them have been broken. I have spoken to the warehouse man who cannot drive and now needs to find a job on a good bus route. The man who worked at Wilko since leaving school, his qualifications and training all Wilko branded. The 59-year-old expecting to finish his working life at Wilko. The married couple, both reliant on a Wilko wage. The young mum whose wage pays the family mortgage. It was an open secret that Wilko was being badly managed. Its failure to modernise, to rise to the challenge of internet shopping, its sucking out of dividends to shareholders whilst recording massive losses. But it's not just the owners who are at fault. Over the summer months, the government kept silent as buyers fell by the wayside. They have done nothing to rescue our high streets and save them against the onslaught of the online companies. A complete failure to reform business rates. A government that allowed Amazon to pay no corporation tax for the past 2 years and instead gave them tax credits. The great British brand Wilko thrown to the wolves by the Tories. Our hearts go out to the Wilko warriors. Let us stand and salute them, let down by this government and the people who employed them.
Conference Chair, Michael Brooker, Chair of Witney CLP. I'm a parent. I'm a firefighter and a proud FBU member for over 23 years. I'm also a district councillor. I'm speaking and voting in favour of Composite 3. We'll start with austerity. Remember that? We were told by the Tories and the Lib Dems that difficult choices had to be made. That was a lie for us. The only difficult decision that should have been made was to realise that capitalism does not work for us. We've seen our critical services destroyed under the Tories in the past 13 years. We've seen our key workers downgraded by the Tories and the buildings and infrastructure around them crumble. It's been proven when train companies have lost their franchise that the profits for us were there. So why give them back again? It's been proven that to make the economy, people need to move. So why not let them? It's been proven that an integrated network working for all makes sure we get the opportunities we all need. Ask yourself, do you want a public sector that works for Britain? As a public sector worker myself, I know its importance. Do you want energy bills to work for everyone in Britain? Paying to heat or eat should not be a concern in 2023. Do you want our rivers and seas to run clear and clean? In my area, Thames Water blames the Victorian network. They should have been fixing it. We must return to public ownership of our industry and services. Without this, we will not be able to continue. We need to go and we need to make sure that our money goes to us, not to pensions in the Cayman Islands or other countries. I urge you to support Composite 3. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Rose, and I'm a delegate from Hertford and Stortford. First time speaking, first time here. I am standing here to advocate for Composite 3, to advocate for investment into British rail, mail, energy, and water, to advocate for the interests of the British public in the face of crooks and Conservatives. The British people have been facing a dire crisis in the exorbitant increase in costs of energy and food. But you can just look over the channel to France and see that they are not suffering anywhere near as badly as we are. So we have to ask why. Why do our poorest people have to choose between heating and eating? And the answer is clear. Greed. Simple greed. The British people are paying through the nose to line the pockets of the rich. The rich who every quarter announce record profits. It is greed that pollutes our environment. It is greed that dumps hazardous chemicals into our water. It is greed that is bringing this planet to ecological collapse. It is outrageous, and we must stop the exploitation of all the workers and the good people in this country. And to that end, we must not allow another 5 years of the Conservatives. We must see a Labour government which will nationalise our critical industries, a Labour government which will nationalise our rail, mail, energy and water, a Labour government which is bold and will invest in our future. If we wish to truly get Britain's future back, we must get our key industries back. We must support Composite 3. Thank you very much.
The delegate. Delegates, that concludes this session. We'll continue discussing the growth mission tomorrow afternoon. Votes on composite motions from this morning and this afternoon will be at the end of this session, and I'm now going to hand over the chair to Joanna Baxter.
Good afternoon again, conference. It's the honour of my life to be the first Scottish woman to chair our UK National Executive Committee. So I pulled a few strings so that I could get to chair the Scottish section of conference. And a wise person once said, you should dance with those that brung you. And we owe a lot to the people that we will listen to speaking in this session. But they couldn't have done it without every Scottish Labour Party activist that is in this hall. So if you're from Scotland, can you stand up? If you can. And take a bow. Because, conference, those are the people who got our Scottish Labour Party through the darkest of days. Those are the people who were there on the streets of Rutherglen and Hamilton West last week, soaked to the skin. And they did it because we need our Scottish Labour Party to be successful again if we are to get a Labour government in Westminster, and I am incredibly proud to be part of that Scottish Labour Party. So it's my great pleasure to introduce you to Ian Murray, who's going to address conference. And Ian has a new pal in Westminster, which is great.
Thank you, Conference. Jana, thank you very much indeed, and thank you for acknowledging all the Scots in the room too, because I want to start with just 4 glorious words this afternoon: Rutherglen and Hamilton West. We'll get fed up celebrating sometime the day after the next election. An utterly seismic change, of course, in Scottish and British politics. Can I use 3 more words, please? Dame Jackie Baillie. She said if you clapped too much, she'd cry, so Dame Jackie Baillie. Not just a dame, of course, but a genius, and a very fun one to work with as well. Together, we've delivered our newest Scottish Labour MP, Michael Shanks. An unprecedented 20.4% swing from the SNP to Labour. What it means is there is no SNP MP who can rest easy. A coalition of voters voted for change in Rutherglen last Thursday. It's no wonder the SNP is in total disarray. This time last year, the SNP leadership was Nicola Sturgeon and Ian Blackford. Remember them? Now it's Youssef and Flynn. That's the biggest downgrade since Sturgeon moved out of Butte House and into a luxury camper van. But this conference isn't about them, but about what we can offer the country. And I want to focus on the Scotland office. Because after 13 years of incompetent Tory government, it's a shell of what it can be. It involves itself in Scottish public life only when it's after a political fight or the Secretary of State is defending Liz Truss. Conference, if we win the trust of the voters next year, Anas, Keir and I have a different plan. And I believe there should be 3 broad principles. The first is how we harness Scotland's role in the world. Brand Scotland is such an easy thing to sell. From Harris Tweed in the Western Isles through to cutting-edge science in my own constituency, the potential of Scotland is awe-inspiring. In this job, I've seen yet more evidence of something every Scot understands when they travel abroad, the soft power of Brand Scotland. Yet while I've been blown away with our nation's potential, I've seen where that potential is stifled by both of Scotland's governments. If Labour win, David Lammy and I will have a relentless focus on promoting Scotland on the world stage. David understands the power of Brand Scotland and will be a fantastic Foreign Secretary for Scotland. Ambassadors and trade envoys will be extolling Scottish products using the full might of the UK's diplomatic network. What does that mean? That means jobs and investment in communities all over Scotland. In essence, our Scotland office will be Scotland's window to the world. And our Scotland office should be Scotland's voice at Westminster too. This is the change that Scotland needs. A UK Labour government relentlessly focused on delivering our transformative agenda. The setup of GB Energy, headquartered in Scotland, would be an early priority of a Labour government, with our plans supporting 50,000 highly skilled clean power jobs. That's 50,000 jobs helping give Scotland its future back. And Labour will build on the vision for constitutional change set out in Gordon Brown's Commission on the future of the United Kingdom. We will rewire the UK so that we can deliver the highest sustained growth in the G7 for every part of our country. As Secretary of State, I will lead a Scotland office functioning as the delivery unit for Scotland. Now, I don't agree with the SNP on many things, very few, and they don't agree with me. In fact, now they don't often agree with themselves. But for the sake of the Scottish people, while the SNP cling to power at Holyrood, we should be putting political differences aside to deliver for the Scottish people. The Scotland office should be the Scottish People's Department in Whitehall. It should be listening to Scots, ensuring the Labour government can deliver the solutions for Scotland in Scotland. Because make no mistake, the difference Labour can make in government is enormous. That is the prize that is open to all of us. When voters go to the polls at the next general election, they will have a ballot paper with a clear choice on it. A Scottish Labour MP delivering a progressive agenda, an agenda where the UK Labour government grows their economy, promotes our nation around the world and delivers fairness at its heart, or an SNP MP languishing on the opposition benches while the Tories crash the economy and make working Scots pay for it. There is still a huge mountain to climb to deliver that change. When Keir took over as leader, he said the path to Downing Street runs through Scotland. When Anas took over, he said the Scottish Labour Party would recover. Many doubted them then, but nobody doubts them now. What happened in Rutherglen? What happened in Rutherglen means nowhere is off limits for us. Conference, we have shown now that we can defeat the cynical politics of nationalism. And we've shown that I was never going to be lonely forever. My political hero, John Smith, all of our political heroes, famously said, "All we ask is the opportunity to serve." With Anas, Keir and the entire team together, we can serve to deliver the change that Scotland needs. And guess what? Give Scotland its future back. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. And conference in Rutherglen, this is how we did it. Ladies and gentlemen, on your feet for Scotland's newest Member of Parliament, Michael Shanks.
Thank you so much. Conference, Michael Shanks, Rutherglen CLP, first time speaker at UK Labour Conference. And it's quite a big one, I suppose. It's truly the honour of my life to stand here as the MP for Rutherglen and Hamilton West and to be able to represent and serve my absolutely fantastic community in Parliament. There are so many people responsible for our victory on Thursday. So my thanks goes to them all, to the phenomenal Scottish Labour Party staff, to my CLP and to all the local councillors and activists, to the political leadership of Ian Murray and Jackie Bailey, to all our members of the Scottish Parliament, MPs, councillors, candidates, to the trade unions, to the thousands of people, the length and breadth of this country, who came to Rutherglen to campaign for change and to fight for Labour values. Thank you. And let me just say on that last point that genuinely thank you to all those who travelled the length and breadth of the UK to campaign in Scotland. We demonstrated we are at our best when we are one Labour family all across this country, and I'm incredibly proud of that fact. We spent 6 months on this by-election, half a year, and let me tell you, it does feel like it. Pounding the pavement, speaking to tens of thousands of voters, listening to their hopes, listening to their fears, their aspirations, their challenges. Our campaign was focused relentlessly on offering people a fresh start, a break away from divisiveness and distraction of two failing governments, and to give voice to those who are too often voiceless in our society. But that change isn't just needed in Rutherglen and Hamilton West. Across Scotland and the whole of the UK, communities like mine are being let down. But our message is clear. This isn't as good as it gets. Across the UK, Keir Starmer has changed our party so that people once again know that we are ready to serve them in government. And his relentless focus on delivering for working people offers a clear alternative to the chaos of the Tory government. It's time for change. That change can't come fast enough, but one thing is clear from the result in Rutherglen and Hamilton West. There is no part of this country that Labour cannot win. And in Scotland, that is in no small part due to the leadership of Anas Sarwar. I think I've spent more time with Anas Sarwar than anyone in the past 6 months. At one point, I thought he might just move in with me. And one of the things I can tell you from the thousands of doorsteps we've been on together is that he connects with people instantly. Something that's cost me dearly during this by-election, because part of his charm is also volunteering me on almost every doorstep to help with the gardening or the painting or bringing in the shopping or cleaning the car. Anything a floating voter might require, essentially. But genuinely, Anas has transformed our party in Scotland. And the result in Rutherglen and Hamilton West was not just 6 months in the making, but 2 years in the making. And that was under his leadership. So thank you, Anas. So what I want to say really clearly is that Rutherglen and Hamilton West was a starting point, a moment where people said enough was enough and went out to vote for change, where they said they had had enough of the managed decline under the SNP, enough of chaotic, distracted government, enough of needless division. People wanted hope, they wanted change, they wanted a fresh start, and they put their trust in Labour to deliver that. And it gives me absolute pleasure to introduce the only political leader in Scotland that's fighting for real change, not more of the same, but real change, Anas Sarwar.
Thank you. Thank you, Conference. Conference, let's hear it again for Labour's newest MP, Michael Shanks. Michael, I know you'll be a champion for all the people of Rutherglen and Hamilton West, but actually I owe you another thank you, because you have helped me deliver a promise that I made to Conference last year. Last year, I told Ian Murray that I couldn't promise him more friends, but I could make sure we got him more colleagues. So it's nice to see we're ahead of schedule. Because that result, which has shaken Scottish politics to the core, is the type of result that Ian Murray, Jackie Baillie and I have been working so hard to achieve. So to our fantastic Shadow Secretary for Scotland, Ian Murray, and to my brilliant Deputy Leader, Jackie Baillie, thank you. Conference, on Thursday night, we made history and we changed the face of Scottish politics. The tectonic plates have shifted because the people of Rutherglen, Hamilton West have spoken for all of Scotland and sent a message to two failing governments. They want an end to the incompetence, an end to the chaos, an end to the division, an end to the politics which pits community against community, pits Scot against Scot, and puts the status quo before change. And they voted for change, and they voted for a party that will give Scotland its future back. Because, friends, Scottish Labour is once again the party that speaks for the hopes and the aspirations of the people of Scotland. Labour, the party of change in Scotland. And when I spoke to Conference last year, I said the route to Downing Street and to a UK Labour government that this country so badly needs ran through Scotland, and that I believe Labour MPs in Scotland would be the ones to put us there. Now, some of our opponents laughed, but I'll tell you something, they aren't laughing anymore. I am so immensely proud of the campaign we ran in Rutherglen and Hamilton West. So to all the staff, activists and volunteers who made our seismic win possible, thank you from the bottom of my heart. But let me make this promise. This is just the start. The best is yet to come. Because we know this was a result that wasn't weeks or months in the making. It was years in the making. And I reflect back to when I became leader 2 years ago. Scottish Labour was 32 points behind the SNP in the polls. People were talking about Scottish Labour's survival, not its revival. But 2 years on, we've gone from 32 points behind the SNP to winning our first parliamentary by-election for over 12 years, from a 32% deficit to an over 20% swing to Labour, proof that Scotland will lead the way in delivering a UK Labour government. But friends, the change we've seen in Scotland would not have been possible if over the last 3 years, Keir Starmer hadn't worked to change our Labour Party. In that time, we've gone from our worst result since the 1930s to now being seen as a force that will finally rid our whole country of this rotten, lying, out-of-touch, corrupt, far-right crankfest, conspiracy theorist-ridden Tory government. Conference, you know there was a time when Labour feared elections in Scotland and the SNP relished them. No more. Scottish Labour, now the party focused on Scotland's future, the SNP focused on the past. Scottish Labour, the party that believes Scotland's best days lie ahead of it, the SNP talking down our country with no hope for the future. So today it's the SNP and the Tories that fear elections. Meanwhile, Keir and I have just one simple message on behalf of our whole party. Bring it on. You see, that result showed something that I've long suspected and that I imagine the SNP have long feared. The cracks in their foundations are deeper and wider than they've ever recognised. And while senior nationalists have lined up in TV studios to blame the voters, they have missed the point. Just like the Tories before them, they've made the mistake of thinking politics is a game. But I've got a message for them. Politics isn't a game. Politics is about service. It's about working hard and delivering for our communities. It isn't about the same old constitutional fights and asking people to pay more for less. It isn't about failing to support our public services and trying to blame somebody else. Politics, Labour politics, is about changing people's lives. And it's about delivering a future where everyone can live up to their potential. Fundamentally, it is about serving the people of Scotland. That's what the SNP and the Tories have forgotten. And it's that failure to stand up for Scotland, that failure to put country before party, that has seen people turn their backs on them. So now no SNP MP can sit safely taking their communities for granted, as so many have. So I say to Humza Yousaf, this isn't about swings or the polls. This is about putting the people of Scotland first. And because you won't do that, Labour can now beat the SNP across Scotland, because every community can now choose change. Change with Scottish Labour. The conference, we've had a lost decade under the SNP and the Tories, which has held Scotland back. We face a cost of living crisis created by the Tories' economic incompetence. A mortgage bombshell from the Tories costing families over £2,000 a year, made worse by the SNP's obsession with raising taxes on working people. And an NHS emergency with record A&E and cancer waiting times, lives literally put on the line because of SNP incompetence. And the people of our country shouldn't have to pay the price for Tory and SNP failure. Across Scotland, that's why people are demanding more. Conference, there is a tide coming, and it will sweep away politicians who are out of touch and out of ideas. So I say to the parties of the status quo, to the parties of chaos and division, don't be surprised when the tide of change comes and it sweeps you away. The conference, I want to speak directly to people outside of this hall, to people who voted for other parties or who even voted yes in the past, but who are now looking at Labour. I understand your frustration. I understand why you are desperate for change. I understand why you've wanted to run a million miles away from this Tory government. But I believe we can work together to boot them out of Downing Street, because the next general election is an opportunity for change. So the hard work that we have shown doesn't end with a by-election win. If anything, it ramps up. Because the promise I make to you directly is the same energy, hard work and humility that we've shown in the last 2 years will continue to show, so we can earn your trust, earn your support, and change our country in the process. And that change will be transformational. A Labour government will deliver a new deal for working people across Scotland and the whole UK, one that will raise the minimum wage to make work pay and end the scourge of in-work poverty, that will end the scandal of fire and rehire. And while the SNP use zero-hour contracts to deliver their election leaflets, our new deal will ban exploitative zero-hour contracts and deliver the biggest expansion of workers' rights in a generation. And we'll build a country where economic dignity can't be taken away with a stroke of a Tory minister's pen, because we will all have a share in it. So while the Tories are in climate denial, we will jumpstart the energy revolution, delivering lower bills, more jobs, climate leadership, and energy security. That will deliver clean energy by 2030, supporting 50,000 high-skilled clean energy jobs, all powered by GB Energy, a publicly owned energy generation company headquartered in Scotland. And we'll reform our public services, ending the non-dom tax status to invest in the NHS so it is fit for the future. And crucially, we will bring honesty, decency and integrity back into government, because that's the change Scotland needs, and Labour will deliver it. So, Conference, the last year has seen Scottish politics and our party transformed, but our work is not done yet, nowhere near done. In fact, this is just the start. So let's take our positive message of how we will work to deliver for working people, for every community across our country. Because now there is no doubt, there is only one party of change, only one party that can transform lives, only one party that will make every corner of our country flourish, only one party that will stand up for working people, only one party that will deliver the brighter future we need. That party is Labour. Conference, change is coming. Let's go out there and win the future together. Thank you. Thank you.
Conference. Scottish delegates will have smiles on their faces for a very long time. We are going to move the agenda on, and I'm going to hand over to my NEC colleague, Abdi Douali.
Perfectly timed, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, conference. My name is Abdi Douali, member of the NEC in the CLP sections, and the first black man on our NEC as well. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, conference. Our second mission plenary of the day is making Britain a clean energy superpower. To start the debate, it's my pleasure to introduce our Secretary of State, our Shadow Secretary of State, and soon to be Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero, Ed Miliband.
Thank you very much. Abdi, thanks. And can I start by thanking my ministerial team friends, Sarah Jones, Kerry McCarthy, Jeff Smith and Alan Whitehead, and it is a pleasure to follow my friend, our brilliant Scottish Labour leader, Anna Sarwar, everyone. Friends, we meet here with confidence that there is a spirit of change in the air. We meet here with the conviction that we, Labour, are on the side of the British people once again. And we meet here with the belief that we can bring the long, dark night of Tory rule to an end. Now, I'm sure, like me, you saw the Tories last week. I have to say, watching it, even for the Tories, I couldn't believe some of the nonsense they were coming out with. Delusional stuff about 7 bins. They may have talked about banning smoking, but I have to say to you, I was watching it wondering, what on earth are they smoking at that Tory conference? Listening to the Tories, friends, it's clear they just don't get the fundamental struggles people are facing. A deeply painful cost of living crisis, a deeply entrenched economic crisis, and a deeply dangerous climate and nature crisis. But let me warn you, friends, Rishi Sunak has a desperate and dishonest new line, that if we dither and delay in tackling the climate crisis, we can somehow solve our economic problems. Well, let me tell you, he's wrong. He's dead wrong. Their record says it all. Their record says it all. Your energy bills have rocketed because they didn't build a clean energy future for Britain, and they left us exposed to Putin's war. They banned onshore wind, and energy bills went up. They cut energy efficiency, and bills went up again. And just last month, they trashed offshore wind, the crown jewels of British energy, and bills will stay up for years to come. You see, every time they turn their back on a clean energy future, they leave us exposed to global fossil fuel markets, at the mercy of dictators and petrostates, and they drive up bills and make us more insecure. And even as you're paying record bills, they still refuse a proper windfall tax on the oil and gas companies. So what the Tories call green crap is not the cause of the cost of living crisis. It's a crap government that never stands up for working people. That's Britain's problem. And when Rishi Sunak tells renters they should be forced to live in damp, cold homes and landlords don't need to insulate them, that won't cut bills, it will raise them. When he tells the world that Britain is backing off the global clean energy race, that won't encourage businesses to create jobs and invest here, it will drive them away. So you see, friends, the Tories' climate culture war is not just anti-planet, it's anti-security, anti-prosperity, anti-worker, anti-business, anti-jobs, anti-future, anti-young people, and it's anti-Britain, and we're not going to let these Tories cancel our country's future. Now, Rishi Sunak tries to spin that he's still committed to tackling the climate crisis. But look at the people celebrating what he's done. Jacob Rees-Mogg, Liz Truss, and to top it all, Donald Trump congratulated him. But there's a very important lesson here. The British people don't want a pound shop Republican Party. They don't want an energy policy written by Truss and Trump. I've got an idea, friends. Let's send these Tories where they belong. Let's recycle them from government to opposition, and let's chuck them into the 7 dustbins of history. And let me say this. Give me the integrity, decency, and values of our leader and my friend, Keir Starmer, against the weakness of Rishi Sunak any day of the week. But it's not enough just to say how bad the Tories are, and we know that they are. We have to show how we can do better for our country. And I'm incredibly proud that Keir's 2030 mission is for the greatest investment in homegrown energy in British history. We'll double onshore wind, we'll treble solar, we'll quadruple offshore wind, we'll invest in nuclear and hydrogen and carbon capture and tidal power. Friends, that's the new Britain we can build together. And with a Labour government, Britain will finally have what the Tories have refused for 13 years, a proper warm homes plan, saving hundreds more of people's bills, creating tens of thousands of good jobs, lifting millions out of fuel poverty, insulating 19 million homes. And who will make this happen? Yes, Labour local authorities. That's the new Britain we can build together. Now, friends, Tory energy policy has been a disaster, but let's face it, Tory trickle-down economics has been a disaster too. So we're going to do things differently. Now, some people will tell you that we don't have public ownership of energy in Britain. But of course we do. It's just by state-owned firms from other countries. France's EDF, Sweden's Vattenfall, Denmark's Ørsted. Other countries, get this, other countries own nearly half of our offshore wind because they know it creates jobs and wealth for their countries. I say, if it's good enough for them, why not us? Under Labour, the British people will own things again, build things again, profit as a country from these investments again. GB Energy, owned by the British people, built by the British people, for the benefit of the British people. That's the new Britain we can build together. And a key industry of the future is floating offshore wind. But get this, under the Tories, our largest floating wind farm wasn't built in Britain. It was built in Spain, assembled in the Netherlands, and then was towed into place off the Scottish coast. I say not under Labour. GB Energy will invest in floating wind so Britain can lead the world. And as Rachel said this morning, we will have the grid we need to rewire our country. Friends, power for Britain, wealth for Britain, jobs for Britain. That's the new Britain we can build together. And this is about a partnership to build the future, public investment unleashing private investment. Our National Wealth Fund will invest alongside the private sector in our ports, in hydrogen, and yes, saving our steel industry and communities. And I want to assure you this, we will learn the lessons of the past. Unlike with the Tories, this won't be crumbs of help after change has blown through communities. It's a proper plan to build our future prosperity for every part of Britain. Our British Jobs Bonus, £2.5 billion of public money to direct the tens of billions of private investment to our industrial heartlands, to our coalfield communities, to our coastal communities, to our oil and gas communities. And here's the crucial point, friends. Not simply leaving it to the market, but planning our clean energy future to tackle the inequalities that scar our country. That's the new Britain we can build together. And as an MP for a coalfield community, I know we must have a managed, just and worker-led transition, and we will. And let me say to oil and gas workers, we will use oil and gas fields, existing oil and gas fields, for decades to come. And we will do whatever it takes so that you can be the people to build our clean energy future in offshore wind, in hydrogen, in carbon capture, no community left behind or left out, no more shutting out of trade unions as we build this future, no more power in this country without jobs in this country. That's the new Britain we can build together. And under Labour, I'll tell you very plainly, we will use our energy policy as a tool of economic justice. Why should only the wealthy have solar panels when they provide cheap, clean energy and cut bills? So GB Energy will invest £1 billion a year to develop local renewable power owned by local people, thousands of projects across Britain, cutting bills, tackling fuel poverty, and creating profits, not for energy giants, but for local communities. That's the new Britain we can build together. In the 20th century, through North Sea oil, Britain exported to the world. In the 21st century with Labour, Britain will be an energy superpower once again, exporting clean power to the world and controlling our economic destiny. British families and businesses never again held to ransom by Putin, so the next Labour government will legislate for an Energy Independence Act for Britain. That, friends, is the new Britain we can build together. Now 15 years ago, the Labour government passed the Climate Change Act, a beacon to the world. And I have to say to you, so many people I meet internationally say we need Britain back, leading again. Not a country missing in action on the most important issues our world faces. Let me give you this assurance. Under Labour, Britain will be back, leading again, holding other countries to account with the power of our example, tackling the cost of living crisis, building a new economy, and yes, showing leadership on the climate crisis. That is the new Britain we can build together. Friends, there is so much to fight for in the months ahead. There is a mood for change in the air. But a mood is not enough to guarantee victory. And as we saw last week, the Tories and their friends will fight dirty and desperate to hold on to power. Let us resolve here today, if these Tories want a fight about who can tackle the cost of living crisis, we say, bring it on. If these Tories If these Tories want to fight about who can ensure energy independence for our country, we say bring it on. If these Tories want to fight about who can stand up for working people, we say bring it on. And if, after 13 years of failure and 5 prime ministers, these Tories dare to have a fight about who can really change Britain, we say bring it on. Friends, we are ready to fight. We are ready to lead. We are ready to govern. We are ready to change Britain. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed, and I think we all agree, bring it on. We now move to the composite motion on energy. That's composite 7 in your papers, moved by North East Somerset CLP and seconded by Aberdeen South and North Kincardine CLP. Can we have the speakers from those two CLPs register at the speaker's desk on the right-hand side?
Hello, conference. I am Olivia Copley, Chair of the North East Somerset CLP, and I am delighted to move this composite motion on clean, green energy. Conference, I know I don't need to tell you that we've had 13 years of destructive Tory rule, and this has affected so much of our daily lives. The UK has suffered one of the worst inflation problems among developed countries, due in part to our soaring energy bills, which have become unaffordable due to increases in fossil fuel prices. Our continuing reliance on fossil fuels has had a huge impact on the cost of living, and the people of the UK are suffering because of it. With Rishi Sunak leading the country, we are coming ever closer to the climate emergency, yet there is no clear plan. This is in stark contrast to the last Labour government, when energy bills were 30% cheaper, over 1 million homes were insulated every year, and we were investing and pushing for huge amounts of cheap onshore wind capacity. It is clear that this Conservative government is failing to act, and we are missing international targets on every front. This is why this motion moves the Labour Party to commit to cutting energy bills permanently by insulating millions of homes. Why we must commit to move to cheaper renewable energy generation. Why we must commit to the creation of the publicly owned Great British Energy, partially funded by a proper windfall tax on the excess profits of energy companies. Here in the UK, we have the natural resources to become green energy secure, for example, by harnessing technologies in wind, tidal, and solar energy production. The great publicly owned Great British Energy will create and protect thousands of jobs and allow for the rebuilding of our industrial heartlands and coastal communities. And with this, we will become a green energy superpower. Now, conference, the MP in my area is a man who, unfortunately, would likely vote against this motion. His name is Jacob Rees-Mogg. Yeah. Mr. Rees-Mogg is a Conservative MP who has consistently spoken out against green policies. He is pro-fracking and joins the current Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, in welcoming more oil and gas contracts. They are happy to cancel our commitments to achieve net zero, so much so that it looks like we won't even be there by 2035. Conference, with this motion, we can show them that they and their backwards approach belongs in the past. It is clear that only a future Labour government will bring in the change we need in the energy sector. Only a Labour government will empower the UK to meet our international targets, and Conference, we will go even further to achieve net zero by 2030. Only with a Labour government will the UK lead the developed world on clean, green energy. Conference, I move this motion.
Good afternoon, Conference, Chair, panel. My name is Nurul Haq Ali. I'm from Aberdeen South and North Kincardine. I'm also a councillor in Aberdeen City, which is controlled by an incompetent SNP and Liberal coalition. I've been an attendee and delegate many times, but this is the first time I've managed to get on the podium, not through lack of trying. Thank you. Thank you. I hope I get some claps for something I'm saying later as well. I hope you're having a great conference. I'm pleased to speak to you today to second this motion. I don't have to tell you how important it is to get the energy policy and the energy mix correct for our country and for the future of our country. Stating the obvious, energy plays a huge part in our lives. It helps us maintain our industries, our transport system, and even our quality of life. Though we are trying to make industry, businesses, and our homes more efficient, our energy demands outstrip what we can produce with sustainable energy alone at the moment. The old ways of energy production need to be weaned off as fast as possible, but to do this, we need state investment. Bringing in energy from overseas isn't the best solution, in my opinion. It almost certainly has more environmental impact due to transportation impact, and sometimes comes from countries that have little workers' rights and lower environmental standards. I believe as a nation we need to focus on three things: security of supply, and this will wean us off taking from any tyrannical foreign countries; security and stability of price, to give our businesses and people the ability to be able to look to the future with a constant price and fixture in their head; security of skills, and what I mean by that is to keep the know-how, the design and manufacturing and technological knowledge and development for the future in our country. To do this, we need a just transition for workers and communities. We need to make Britain a clean energy superpower. We need to create a great British energy company, a public-owned energy company, and a national wealth fund to ensure that everyone benefits from the wealth created through the transition. This will feed investment for jobs, training, business incentives for companies, and public support for SMEs. Conference, a just transition is an opportunity for us. If we act now, we can take advantage of it with speed. I ask you to support Composite Motion 7. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegates, I'll now take a round of speakers from the floor. If you could put your hand up so I can see. I see that delegate there with the grey suit. I see that delegate there in the, I think it's a pink shirt. Yep. And I see that delegate there waving a paper at me, I think. if I could ask delegates to keep to time, we're running slightly behind.
Chair, conference. David Douglas, archery to my brothers and sisters. JMB, supporting Composite 7 with a reservation. Conference. JMB are absolutely committed to decarbonisation and halting global warming. There is no contradiction between addressing climate change and supporting good jobs in our energy and manufacturing sector. I work in the gas industry. I keep your homes warm. GMB was born out of the fires of the Brexton gasworks. We know the importance of energy security. Our livelihood relies on it. We support a jobs-first route to decarbonisation. We want a Labour government that invests in jobs and focuses on what we are going to build and not what we are going to shut. Great British Energy is a great opportunity, a national public-owned energy company. We know the impact of fragmentation and lack of planning better than anyone. Great British Energy needs to be an early and a priority commitment for the next Labour government. We need a UK response to the Biden Inflation Reduction Act and the EU's Green Industrial Plan. Otherwise, we will miss out on the potential to have a world-class export-led supply chain. The UK already failed on renewables, we cannot fail again. We also need early carbon capture investment in cast-fired power stations. Intermittent renewables cannot keep the lights on alone. Conference. The composite is not perfect. Our grid, our supply chain have been denied investment for years. And the extreme practical challenge of decarbonising the electricity sector by 2030 must be recognised. However, we welcome the composite's recognition the UK should draw on its own energy resources. Conference. Let's set out a Labour plan for energy workers. A plan for jobs and skills, a plan for the future, and a plan that delivers for our people and our planet. Please support the composite.
Thank you, Delegate.
Claire Ward, standing to be the first East Midlands Mayor. Labour's mission to make Britain a world-class clean energy superpower speaks to the ambition of people across the East Midlands. Last year, Keir Starmer challenged this conference. In launching GB Energy, he said one country will be the leader in green industries, solar, electric batteries, and new clean power. Why not us, he said. Well, I say, why not the East Midlands? Our region is home to Cromford Mill, the world's first water-powered cotton spinning mill. This technology became the cornerstone of the Industrial Revolution. We can make history in the East Midlands again, developing clean, low-carbon energy sources, such as hydrogen, that can power industry, transport and travel. I want to see our region leading the research and innovation, and as a Labour Mayor, I'll be backing the collaboration needed to make this a success. But we know hydrogen alone. There is not just it. It's only one possible option. And that's why I'm so pleased that the region is also home to SMR at Rolls-Royce and the development of nuclear fusion through the STEP project in North Nottinghamshire. We will need all of these clean energy sources, and I urge our Labour frontbench team to back the investment we need, and indeed we've heard that today from our Shadow Secretary of State. So Labour's policy will deliver security of supply, cheaper fuel for homes, and crucially, the creation of new, well-paid and high-skilled jobs. That's what I'm fighting for in the East Midlands, as a Labour Mayor and for a Labour government. Thank you.
Delegate, if I could just give you 1 second at the podium, I'm just going to choose another round of speakers just before you start. Can I see your hands, please? I'm conscious I can't see the back too well. I can't see anything. I could see a delegate in a dark suit with a paper. I think you've got a paper in your hand, standing. Yep, yep.
She shouldn't have been standing up.
Sorry. I see that delegate there in the reddish. Is it brown, red? Something close. And let's try and see it. Right. I see that delegate there in the I think it's a purple dress or pink, purple. Yeah. Thank you. Over to you.
Conference. I'm Rachel Blake. I'm standing to be Labour's first ever Member of Parliament for the cities of London and Westminster. The heart of our capital city, home to green finance institutions who want to invest in infrastructure in our country, home to beautiful green open spaces like Hyde Park, St James's Park, London Zoo, vital for nature and biodiversity locally and internationally. Home to Aldgate Community Energy, cooperative communities coming together to stabilise their energy costs. But also home to too many homes that are cold and damp. Homes which are leaking energy and contributing to poor health. Every week, I'm speaking to residents who want to see action to upgrade their homes and make our energy systems stable and secure. And that's why it's right, and that's why I'm so happy that Labour has a green prosperity plan. Only Labour is seizing the huge potential to establish energy security and invest in homes. Our Warm Homes plan would upgrade the energy efficiency of up to 2 million homes a year. Our Warm Homes plan would invest up to £6 billion every year for 10 years to give families the grants and loans they need, cut bills, cut emissions, create jobs, and establish energy security. And we can do this. We can deliver our Warm Homes plan. We can build GB Energy, but only if we win the next election. Only if we keep listening and working with residents in seats like mine. Seats where only Labour can deliver the change our country needs. Conference, thank you for all the support you're offering candidates like me. Thank you for all the support you will continue to offer candidates like me over the next year. And thank you for helping our mission to get Britain's future back. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, Delegate.
Well, it's a bit different up here. Hi, my name's Adam Allnut. I'm a delegate from Poplar and Limehouse. Second-time delegate, first-time speaker. Thank you. At Tory Party Conference, they didn't just wage a culture war, they started to wage a war on our environment. It's evident to see they don't care about the planet, they just care about making people feel small and unimportant. The Climate Change Committee warns us that the UK is missing every target to tackle climate change. Just from the weather this week, you can see that we aren't just in a crisis, we're in an emergency. Composite 7 shows our leadership on tackling climate change. Part of it has to be housing, new and retrofitting existing stock to make it fit for the future. We must have the jobs first approach to a just transition in energy and talk to our trade union colleagues about making it a reality. After seeing the announcements on housing, energy and infrastructure here, this is truly the first YIMBY Labour conference we've ever had, and one focused on tackling the issues we face today. Only a Labour government can bring around the green industrial revolution, and I look forward to fighting for it with all of you. Thank you.
Conference. I'm Emma Hoddinott, Assistant General Secretary at the Cooperative Party. And we're here, oh, some Co-op fans, brilliant. We're here in a very warm Liverpool, but it shouldn't be this warm in October. This is climate change. We need to take action now to decarbonise our economy and work towards net zero. And with Labour, we've got the grown-ups in the room. We're setting out a proper plan about how we reduce our emissions, increase renewable energy supply, and strengthen our energy security, reducing that reliance on fossil fuels and foreign ownership. And we compare this to the Conservatives, whose real conference slogan should have been avoiding long-term decisions for an uncertain future. At the Co-op Party, we know that better future is possible under a Labour and cooperative government. Local renewable energy will form a key part of this, spreading clean energy ownership to communities across the country. With Labour's new GB Energy, we'll be able to make this bright future a reality. People will be able to access community energy in both urban and rural areas. These projects will be community-owned and operated. This is really taking back control. And we know we can do it. There are already fantastic projects. In Bristol, they're building the tallest wind turbine in Britain. The Cooperative Party want to see community energy projects like this in every corner of the country. This is a game changer. This will create 1 million new owners of community-owned renewable energy in this country. Under Labour and under Ed, we can achieve this transformational change. The Cooperative Party, our elected representatives and our members stand ready to be part of it. Thank you.
Hello, Conference. I'm Simran Chima. I'm a delegate from Walsall North. First-time delegate and first-time speaker. Conference, it's time to get serious about energy. Now, I'm a councillor for the Willenhall Safe Ward in Walsall, and time after time I come across families in such hardship, struggling with the cost of their energy bills and fearful of how they will manage to stay warm, especially over the coming winter months. I'm ashamed to say, in 2023, heating or eating will be the choice for so many families across the UK. Willenhall Primary School, St Giles, where I'm a governor at, have seen their energy bills quadruple over a 2-year period. Money that ought to have been spent on education and resources that now has to be budgeted for energy bills. And whilst families are struggling, energy companies are profiteering. That's why a proper windfall tax is needed, closing the loopholes that allow large companies to claim tax rebates and so-called investments. That money should be put back into the public purse to be invested in our local communities. We need energy-efficient homes that are insulated and fit for the future, but it doesn't stop there, Conference. Planning and building regulations need to be strengthened to improve energy efficiencies and reduce our bills. We need to utilise Britain's resources to create renewable and cheaper energy instead of relying on gas and oil imports. Now, after 13 years of a Conservative government, it's clear they offer no hope, no vision and no policies to help families across the country. And it's time for a Labour government and our robust plan under Ed Miliband to deal with the energy crisis and climate change is the answer for millions of people in the country who have encountered hardship for way too long. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Delegate. Thank you to all the delegates that made those contributions. Unfortunately, we're going to have to move on. Votes will take place at the end of the session. Later today, we have the Wells report, as well as the local government report, and the General Secretary of the Cooperative Party. But first, I'm going to hand back over to Ed Miliband for a panel.
Friends, thank you for your kind reception, and I'm really delighted that we're going to have a short conversation now with our Scottish Labour leader, Anna Sarwar, and Rachel McEwen from the company SSE. Rachel is the Chief Sustainability Officer for SSE and a member of the Scottish Government's Just Transition Commission. And in a previous life, I'm sure she won't mind me saying, she was Senior Special Advisor to Scotland's First Minister Jack McConnell from 2001 to 2007. Rachel, let me sort of start with you. I think both Anas and I see huge opportunities here for government, for a potential Labour government, to work with companies like SSE. How does it look from your perspective?
So, first of all, just to say an enormous big thank you for inviting me. This is an absolute pleasure, and congratulations on both your speeches. I can see that an enormous amount of thought and policy consideration is going into this energy mission. And I think it's sort of 2 points of introduction, if that's okay. The first is on deliverability of this mission, and the second is a point on fairness. So there's no question from an industry perspective of the desirability of achieving a decarbonised power sector by 2030, because it's the cheapest way. So green energy is the cheapest way. So there's a social case. There's an economic case, because these are high quality jobs of the future. There's a security case, because it means that we depend less on others for energy. And of course, there's an overwhelming climate case too. And the thing I would say is that there are very many of us that are working towards this goal already. We're highly committed to it. I think the question is therefore a question of speed and scale. So the company I work for, SSE, it's just one company, it's a big British company. We're investing 40 billion in the next 10 years, half of which, as Anas knows, is in Scotland. It is a lot, but in truth, we need an awful lot more. And I guess time is against us. So delivering a clean energy system in 6 years will take an almighty effort from every single one of us, and we're going to need to be aligned. And we mustn't do anything that slows down the action that's already underway. But at the same time, it is true that there needs to be some action to unblock the things that are definitely getting in the way. Now, I just want to say a thing on fairness, because I've been on the Scottish Just Transition Commission for the last 4 years. We've taken evidence from across the country, and it is true, they're telling us there are wonderful things associated with climate action. New jobs, new skills, even clean air in our neighbourhoods. But we do need action by governments, I've got 2 there, and companies like mine, to make sure that there's maximum access to those wonderful things, but also that the not so good things are not unfairly on the shoulders of those that can least afford to do that.
Anas, thank you, Rachel. Anas, let's come to you. I mean, I think lots of people in the audience will know that the SNP made grand promises to make Scotland the Saudi Arabia of wind and all of that. And so many of those promises have been broken. What does the sort of potential, and you obviously talked about this in your speech, what does the potential look like for GB Energy, headquartered in Scotland, to kind of correct those terrible mistakes that were made?
I think, Ed, it's huge. I think there's a huge opportunity, and you heard it from the speeches earlier on, from your own speech, that there is going to be a world leader in that green energy revolution. Why can't that world leader be Scotland? Why can't that be the UK? And I honestly believe the only way we get that is if we elect a UK-wide Labour government. And I think, as Rachel's correctly pointed out, it's going to be driven by principle. And that principle clearly is more jobs, not fewer jobs. Second is lower bills, not higher bills. Third, greater energy security, not being reliant on foreign imports from despotic regimes like Russia, but also doing climate leadership. And I think that transformative opportunity, using the weight of the UK Treasury,
with a publicly owned energy generation company, GB Energy, headquartered in Scotland, we can change that theme we've had in politics for far, far too long, where people have heard two governments talk big, promise big, but failed to deliver. And I honestly believe this will be transformative for every community right across our country. And crucially, it takes the private sector with us, it takes the oil and gas sector with us, it takes the energy sector with us. Because if we are going to have a just transition, and if we're going to make sure we don't make the same mistakes that Margaret Thatcher made when it came to the coal mining industry, we've got to make sure we have that supply chain of jobs so people can see the opportunities, not just a bland promise of a transition coming at some point in the future. But as Rachel said, the only way we get that is if we elect that UK government and have you driving that from the centre, Ed.
And Rachel, I'm obviously not sort of dragging you into politics, God forbid. But, you know, people observing what we've seen from the government over a number of months and maybe a number of years, my observation would be that we haven't seen the clarity that the private sector would need in order to invest. Now, I don't expect you to comment on that, but tell me what you would be looking for from a Labour government, or indeed from any government, to give you the certainty to be making the investments that your company clearly wants to make, but you know, there'll be big barriers in the way.
Okay, I actually think this is reasonably straightforward. We would say this to anybody at all. So, number one, the quality of the skilled workforce. This needs some serious planning. There are 14-year-olds at school right now that we know need to be high-voltage engineers in 2030. So this needs proper government intervention to really think this through. Secondly, the efficiency of our planning regime. It could be an awful lot more efficient. The third thing is we need some serious investment in ports and harbours. And the fourth thing is clarity and consistency of government targets.
Okay, and let me then ask you a sort of follow-up to this, which is, I think lots of the people in the room would think, and this is what certainly lots of our trade union friends think, that why have the job promises made about offshore wind, for example, not come to fruition? I mean, I know you have some experience of people transitioning from oil and gas into wind, but when you look at us as a country, we're the second largest generator of offshore wind, but we haven't punched at our weight when it comes to jobs. What, as well as delivering on 2030 and clean power and all that, what do you see as the key planks to make sure that a government can work in partnership with you to deliver on the jobs where the delivery hasn't happened in the past?
So I think it's important to split construction from operation. And I would also say that there are some fantastic businesses in the UK and in Scotland already providing very high quality services. And I know that because we work with them every day. Is there room for more manufactured content in the construction part? Absolutely. And is there room for more of that to be homegrown? Now, and the key reason for that is because there is a supply shortfall globally. So there is no reason why the gap can't be filled by homegrown stuff, because there needs to be a bigger supply chain. And actually, through all the things that I said, there's clarity, the ports and harbours, all of those things are the things that will make it easier for these types of businesses to grow. And there are genuine sort of glimmers of hope in that. Not all is lost here.
And as from your perspective, we've said that the promises made by the SNP government, promises made by the Tory government haven't been delivered when it comes to these wind jobs. What do you see as the key thing that will unlock this?
Well, you've already heard a reference to planning, and we've got ambitious plans for that. You've already heard the challenge around grid infrastructure and the ambitious plans for that. Rachel rightly flags up the skills shortage, but actually supply chains. Trying to build more in-country is of huge, huge opportunity for us. Right now, we are building all of these phenomenal wind turbines right across Scotland, but we're not building them in the UK, we're building them from Indonesia or Denmark and transferring them over, shipping them over, rather than actually creating those jobs here. And I think the other point that's really important to stress is people will think about the energy centres of the UK. So they'll think about the northeast of Scotland and think when we talk about our energy revolution, it means only opportunities and jobs in those areas. Actually, if you think about Grangemouth, if you think about the opportunities around hydrogen, if you think about the opportunities around not just onshore wind, offshore wind, but about tidal and also solar power, there is huge opportunities for every community right across our country to tap into that opportunity to help generate income locally that can also then be spent to lower people's bills and also to invest in local services. I think the transformative opportunity here is absolutely huge.
Rachel, let me ask you, lots of people in the room will know about the what Joe Biden, President Biden, is doing in the United States, the Inflation Reduction Act. We've talked about not doing everything he's doing, but with our Green Prosperity Plan, with our investment, co-investing with the private sector through the National Wealth Fund, through GB Energy, doing things like investing in the ports, giving incentives around the British Jobs Bonus. How do you look at what the Biden administration is doing and what lessons we can learn in the UK?
So I think the first thing is that we don't necessarily need to go toe for toe, dollar for dollar competition on that. I think that actually a lot of this is around the smartness of how we make home the most attractive place to do the investments. I mean, there are some things that are just inherent competitive advantages in the UK for offshore wind. We have got one of the best wind resources in the whole of Europe, and in the case of the west of Scotland, we've got world-class precipitation. So, you know,
that's a good description of the Scottish weather.
So
your precipitation is world class.
So the truth is
we're a world leader in everything.
World leader in precipitation.
I thought we might need an ark to get out of Scotland this week, but my point is there, which is that these are the resources, these are competitive advantage resources that not every country in the world has got, and that gives the fundamental base case for the fact that this stuff needs to be built, and it makes, you know, the energy that we're producing a lot cheaper. So combine that with all the other things that I said, and I genuinely think that it is possible to get far more manufactured content than we currently do.
And that's certainly our aim. I mean, Scotland may be a world leader in precipitation, but also it has huge potential, Anas, doesn't it, in relation to particular things like carbon capture and storage, hydrogen. When you think about the North Sea, huge. I mean, you know, and this is what I think people miss about this debate about the Inflation Reduction Act, because they say, well, how can we compete with America? Well, first of all, there's $5 trillion, I think, of green energy investment per year needed between 2030 and 2050. And secondly, we have some particular advantages, don't we? I mean, caverns in the North Sea, all of those things.
If you think about the Acorn project, if you think about the opportunities in Grangemouth, if you think about carbon capture, we have huge, huge opportunities, but it really needs to be backed by two governments that are willing to cooperate and put their money where their mouth is to make it actually happen. So I think the opportunities there are huge. Going back to the investment point you made, though, because I think it's really, really important. I am struck by the number of companies that you meet, whether that be those companies that are working in the oil and gas sector or in the energy sector more widely, or indeed those that manage pension funds, whether that be public sector pension funds or indeed private sector pension funds. They are desperate to invest in our energy infrastructure in the UK. But what they keep saying is, we don't have stability. We don't know if the government's going to have one priority one day and then run a million miles away from it the next. And giving that stability, giving that security, and actually putting our money where our mouth is, and that's where I think GB Energy is really, really crucial, is if we have a stake in those projects, then that will give confidence to the private sector to make those strategic investments with us, because they know we're tied in and they know we will move heaven and earth to make it work.
Can I ask a question about, you know, what is going to be on so many people's minds? We're talking about the long-term future, but so many people are thinking about this winter and the cost of living crisis that is being faced. I mean, it seems to me that, you know, we've said that we want to use a proper windfall tax to help deal with the issues people are facing now. But there is also you know, Scotland may be world leaders in precipitation. I think we are Europe's leaders in having poorly insulated homes.
Yes, totally.
And, I mean, isn't this the biggest no-brainer of public policy in Scotland, in Wales, right across the United Kingdom?
Oh, huge. I mean, insulating our homes, setting proper standards for new build homes, as well as the stakes we should give to local communities in those energy projects, so we take people with us on that transition, is absolutely transformative. And sadly, we've had a decade of failure from two bad governments that haven't been willing to make those strategic investments. And again, it just unlocks huge potential, and actually really exciting potential as well. It brings down fuel poverty, it brings down people's bills, it addresses the cost of living crisis, it lifts people out of poverty, and fundamentally it creates good jobs and a stronger economy. It is a perfect mix of both social policy and economic policy.
And from an SSE point of view?
Absolutely. I mean, we're no longer a supplier of energy, but it is the big missing part. And if you pay close attention to the Climate Change Committee, which I'm sure you do, you can see that this is the key thing that needs to be done. From a Just Transition Commission perspective, so we've put a lot of thought into this, buildings policy is the big thing that needs more movement, really.
And in your work on the just transition, because this is obviously an absolutely crucial issue for us, and it's a crucial issue that I'm thinking about, and I've also talked to our US colleagues about it and how they are dealing with it. What's the single most important piece of learning you would take out of your work on the Just Transition Commission about what you would be wanting to see from a UK Labour government?
The most important thing is that you need a planned, orderly transition. Disorderly transitions have the worst impacts on people. And when we were taking evidence from lots of different sectors, this is one of the clear messages. The sectors that don't have a plan to get to net zero, they are likely to have the worst impacts on the working people and consumers. So you have to have an orderly plan. Now, the Commission is also really clear that that's not an excuse to slow down action on net zero. You've got to do it simultaneously. You've got to do it fast, and you've got to do it orderly. So this is all about the quality and competence of your planning in government.
And Anna, sort of from your point of view, thinking about it, I mean, clearly getting this just transition right is absolutely key, isn't it? You know, I represent a seat, Doncaster North, which went through an appalling transition, a totally unmanaged transition. We are not going to have that happen. To us, what do you see as the key for us?
I mean, it's huge. It is the single biggest growth sector and growth opportunity for Scotland, and therefore all the opportunities that flow from that growth. And again, it comes back to leadership. We said it right at the start. We lack leadership in Scotland on the climate emergency and on the green energy revolution. We lack leadership across the UK on clean energy and the green revolution. But tragically, we also lack leadership globally on the green revolution and clean energy, and getting Britain back to being that leader that is being a beacon, not just what it's doing in country, but then leveraging other people to do it around the world, is again of huge significance. And getting back to that world leader is, I think, that great chance, great opportunity.
A couple more areas I just want to cover. Energy security. I think there is this sort of mythology that if we go slow on sort of green energy, that will give us more energy security.
Nonsense.
I mean, that is not the evidence of the last couple of years, is it? I mean, we've seen the worst cost of living crisis in memory, the worst energy bills crisis in memory. It's not because we were importing a lot from Russia. We were importing something like 5% from Russia, but fossil fuel prices are set on the international market, and it's quite important to get this across, isn't it? Clean, homegrown energy is the answer here, isn't it?
Absolutely, without any shadow of a doubt, that every kilowatt hour more of green electricity that comes on the system makes it cheaper over the average. It is hugely important. The one thing I would say is that one of the things that we need to watch out for is that we'll have this almighty amount of green energy, but we still need flexibility. And this sort of comes into Anna's point about Peterhead and places like that, where we do need this industrial strategy around the gas generators of the past. Now, it's almost by definition, they are located in industrial heartlands, they're located in the places of strategic importance to the power system, and what we need to do is think of this as an industrial opportunity to repurpose those assets for the net zero world. And that's the last bit of the jigsaw. We need to just throw everything at wind, because it's by far the cheapest, and we need to combine that with some flexibility just to prop things up. There's lots of technical reasons why you need it, not just that you need the energy when the wind's not blowing. You need it for system
and
services.
That's with carbon capture and storage playing crucial role?
There's three things: carbon capture and storage. There's something called pumped hydro. So hydro is still part of the answer here. And the third one is hydrogen. I mean, the overall sort of utopia, I suppose, is that we have a green hydrogen type economy in the long run.
And as you were saying, this idea that the sort of going slowly is the answer.
Honestly, I mean, going slowly would be devastating for our communities and our country. We have got to run fast to the opportunity, not run away from the opportunity. And I think that's what the challenge is going to be for the Labour movement, actually, is you're going to have a Conservative Party that is going to deliberately play a culture war on this issue, is going to dream up policies that they're going to oppose that no one is ever thinking of dreaming up themselves, and they're going to try and drive a wedge through communities and put all of this opportunity online and on the risk purely for their own electoral gain, and we have got to resist that temptation. This is about social policy and economic policy that benefits our country. It's about our national interest, whilst also protecting our planet and protecting our climate and demonstrating global leadership.
And maybe this is the point to end on. You know, I think it's really important to say that all of what we are designing and all of what we are talking about is about tackling the climate crisis and the cost of living crisis together. I mean, the notion that the way to tackle the climate crisis is the way to tackle the cost of living crisis is to go slow on the climate crisis is not the reality. There are areas like green energy that are cheaper, where we need to go faster, as you've both said. There are areas where there are going to be costs, and we need to help people with those costs through things like home insulation. But, I mean, maybe this is the point to end on with both of you. We can make this work in a way that does the right thing for future generations and does the right thing for current generations, can't we? I mean, I often say to people who care a lot about the climate issue, you know, we're in the better lives business, we're not in the hair shirt business. I mean, we can make things better for people now as well as doing the right thing in the long run, can't we?
Absolutely. I mean, you know, the hopes and dreams of a fair and just transition is that you don't just bring about the change in a fair way. Actually, you can deal with some of the ills from before. If we're really smart, we can deal with, you know, some of the you know, from what we've taken from industrial coal fields, that's, you know, and all the things that we've had to deal with over the years. We can fix so many of these things with brilliant policy.
And that's just from your perspective, we can do both, can't we?
Oh, we have to do both. But I think, again, the really important thing to emphasise is you will hear lots of people. You hear the SNP in Scotland, you hear the Conservatives, you'll actually also probably hear the Greens try and pretend that Labour is not being bold enough or ambitious enough on the green energy revolution or on climate change. Let's be really blunt about this, though. The opportunity is huge. We only get to deliver that opportunity, though, if we actually elect a UK Labour government and put this into practice, and that's why we've got to go hell for leather to win that election next year.
Well, look, shortly we're going to be hearing about the great things that are being done in Wales, including around the issue of green energy. Just for now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to really thank Rachel McEwen from SSE and Anna Sarwar, our Scottish Labour leader, and thank you to all of you.
And thank you, Ed, for great leadership.
Good afternoon again, Conference. Conference, to kick off the Wales report, we have our brilliant Shadow Secretary of State for Wales, Jo Stevens.
Thank you, Conference. It's an honour to be back here in Labour Liverpool, a spiritual home just over the water, or for me, just up the road, because I was lucky enough to be born, to grow up in North Wales, just over the water. And it's an honour to be here again, hopefully for the last time as Shadow Secretary of State for Wales. And I'm very fortunate to have Jessica Morden and Baroness Wilcox working with me in our Frontbench Wales team. And I'm delighted to be sharing a stage with Mark Drakeford, Welsh Labour's leader and First Minister of our Welsh Labour government. We shouldn't need physical reminders in this country of what decency, dignity and determination look like in the name of public service. But I am thankful for how Mark exudes all those things in everything he does. We could not be prouder of his leadership. And we are in the very lucky position of having Keir Starmer, our leader who shares that decency, dignity and determination, who believes in public service, who loves and understands Wales, who has united our party on a path to victory. Along with our campaigning force of nature, Welsh Labour's Deputy Leader Carolyn Harris, our brilliant Welsh MPs and our great Welsh Labour staff, we are looking forward to the coming election. MPs, candidates, Senedd members, councillors, party members and trade unionists all continuing our conversation with the people of Wales, working hard for every vote. Now, conference, have the Tories lost direction? Yes, undoubtedly so. But have the Tories lost the election? Not yet, no. We have a brutal job of work to do to win power. Just ask Mark and our Welsh Labour government. Day in, day out, over years and years, they give blood, sweat and tears to earn and maintain the trust of the Welsh people. And the secret of Welsh Labour's success? Determination and damn hard work. And I'm incredibly proud to work alongside Mark and all our colleagues in the Senedd and champion their record of delivery. The best childcare offer in the UK, 28,000 apprenticeships, a new medical school in North Wales, and a real living wage for all care workers. And conference all of this in the face of the Tories in Westminster wrecking growth and acting like an opposition, not a government. What a powerful force it would be to have two Labour governments working together in the interests of everyone across Wales. Mission-driven governments delivering on the real priorities of our people. Getting our economy growing again, built on good jobs so that incomes grow faster than outgoings. Breaking down the barriers to opportunity, with everyone under the age of 25 in Wales guaranteed work, education, training or self-employment. Unlocking Wales's green energy potential to get cheaper bills, new high-paid jobs and security, energy security from tyrants like Putin. Modernising our NHS by investing in the NHS workforce with a new medical school in North Wales. And making our streets safe with more police and more PCSOs in our communities. Help for those that need it the most, hope for a brighter, better future, and honesty and integrity back into the heart of UK government. So help for working people, an end to fire and rehire, a ban on 0 hours contracts, and rights from day one at work. Hope for steel, with a world-leading £3 billion investment plan to decarbonise the industry. Conference, the Tories sleepwalk on steel. Labour will save our steel. And honesty, back as the watchword we never thought we would need. A rejection of the hate, the bile and the lies that have been allowed, actually not allowed, been encouraged to poison political discourse in this country. Help, hope, honesty. a return to growth and stability, more pounds in your pocket, no more panic when those bills come in. This is what Labour in power can do. We have done it before and we will do it again. Conference, the Conservatives want the next election to be about anything other than this. But when they've presided over the biggest drop in living standards since records began, nobody is going to be taken in by their distraction and distortion. But remember, Conference, Labour's deal with the Welsh and British people remains to be sealed. We have to earn that trust. We have to earn each and every vote. Let's create a Wales and a Britain where everyone can thrive. Join us on this journey. Together we can and we will redefine our future. Thank you.
And next we have our First Minister of Wales, Mark Drakeford.
David, diolch yn fawr ac am y gyfeillion prynawn da I chi gyd a diolch I chi gyd wrth cwrs. Conference, it's a privilege once again to make this report to you all, a report of a Welsh Labour government and the Welsh Labour Party, and of a Labour First Minister, making this report for the 24th consecutive year of Labour in power in the Welsh Parliament. Now, Conference, it's conventional to set out the many achievements of Labour in office, and I'll come to quite a lot of that in just a moment. But I wanted to start unconventionally, by pointing to the danger which exists for a party, our party, which has earned the trust of its electorate over such a long period. The greatest danger is that we become used to the privilege of power, that we settle into the seats of government, that we become content with being in charge, instead of determined to use that power for the progressive purposes which shape our party. Now, fortunately for us, the remedy is close at hand. And it's not the remedy offered up by the hapless Prime Minister last week. Because, Conference, I am proud of the record of Labour in government in Wales. We don't seek renewal by denying our own history, by attacking the record of the party to which we belong, to claim not to be responsible for our own actions. That shameless pretense. It's not the Labour way, and it's not the Welsh way. Our recipe. Our recipe for renewal in Wales is to move always towards the cutting edge, to be the place where new and radical solutions can be found, to be the place where we can make things better for people in our country, and in doing so, to move to the founding principles of our party, to that determination to eradicate poverty, to confront injustice, and to put our country on the path to greater equality. Now, famously, it was a Labour Prime Minister who told this conference that we are at our best when we are boldest. And in Wales, we are that bold Labour government bringing forward bold reforms. We're creating a Senedd fit for the future, fully elected by proportional representation, where every vote will count. We will abolish the pursuit of profit in the care of our looked-after children. We will reform the school year, 150 years in the making, to put the needs of those children who have the least at the front of our decision-making. We'll bring buses back under public control. We'll make coal tips safety. We will create that Wales where Labour values deliver on the beliefs and priorities of the people who look to us to create that future for them. And in doing so, we know that Labour in power in Wales is never satisfied. We never think the job is done, and we're never put off by the lies and the distortions of our opponents. Because, Conference, the desperation of the Tories knows no limits. While for us, there are no limits to what we could achieve with that partnership that Joe spoke about, a partnership between Labour in Wales and a Labour government in Westminster. Because if I can set out the achievements of a reforming and radical Labour government in Wales, just imagine what we can achieve together, working as a Labour government in Wales with a UK Labour government determined to invest in the renewable energy which will shape the future of our economy in Wales. You heard Ed Miliband say it, but nowhere is it more important than in Wales. Doubling onshore wind, tripling solar power, quadrupling energy created in the Celtic Sea. And all that while we deliver that New Deal for working people. Wales, the part of the United Kingdom where trade union membership is still the strongest, and where those employment rights guaranteed from your first day in work will echo in the lives of the people who look to this party. A ban on zero-hours contracts, an end to the pernicious practice of fire and rehire, and all that based on our partnership with our trade unions, a partnership to unleash the productive potential of our economy. The social partnership approach we have enshrined in law in Wales is a model that can be echoed in the way we craft a future for the United Kingdom. That future set out in the bold ambitions that animate Gordon Brown's blueprint for an incoming Labour government, set out in that groundbreaking report last year. A new and strengthened solidarity union, a true partnership of equals between our four nations, a voice for Wales, guaranteed in a reformed second chamber, new powers for the Senedd and for Welsh people, a union that works, a union that people in all parts of the United Kingdom want and choose to belong to, because that union belongs to them. So, Conference in Wales, we are ready for that general election whenever it comes. Our fantastic Welsh Labour candidates are ready. From Ynys Môn to Monmouthshire, they will provide a strong Welsh Labour voice along with our MP colleagues in that next Labour government. Llais Cymreig clir o fewn y Llywodraeth Lafur. And Conference, we're ready to make sure that our ambitions for tomorrow reflect the great traditions of our past. And Aaron Bevan, as you know, said that he was 21 before he ever met a Tory. And we are working hard in Wales to give our young people that same opportunity today. That is why, as we approach the general election, our ambition is to make Wales once again a country free of Tory MPs in 2024. Free of their toxic brand of personal attacks and culture wars, free of their deep hostility to devolution, their casual cruelty, and their malign neglect. Do you know it's more than 20 years since I attended Labour Party conference with the then First Minister, Rhodri Morgan? In his speech that day, he repeated one of the great truths of our politics, that the relationship between Wales and the Tories is one based on tolerance and understanding. They don't understand us, and we can't tolerate them. And that, of course, is, as you've heard so many people say from this platform, we cannot wait for a general election to come, to rid Wales of the scourge of 13 years of Tory failure, and to welcome in that new Labour government led by Keir Starmer and his fantastic team. A government with a genuine seriousness of purpose. A government that will put the interests of our people first. But we know, as Joe said, that none of this can be taken for granted. In Wales, we've had that immense privilege of winning power for a quarter of a century. And we fight for every vote at every election, knowing that that is our opportunity to renew our relationship with voters right across Wales, with those radical ideas and ambitions that we have to make our country stronger. Now, we face the same fight to do the same throughout the whole of the United Kingdom, so that we together can rebuild our country for the better. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Joe. Conference, it's a real pleasure for me to introduce our next speaker. It's Hilary Benn, our Shadow Secretary of State for Northern Ireland.
Conference, I want to begin by thanking my predecessors, Peter Kyle and Tonia Antoniazzi, for everything they did and did so well for the people of Northern Ireland, and to welcome Fleur Anderson as Shadow Northern Ireland Minister. Now, when Keir asked me to take on this job, I was very conscious of the responsibility that I inherit. This year marks the 25th anniversary of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. The day, the moment, which finally made possible that which for so many years had seemed impossible. A pathway to peace for the people of Northern Ireland. It showed what we can do together when we put our minds to it. Conference, it was the greatest achievement of the last Labour government. But that legacy has been recklessly damaged by the Conservatives and their behaviour over the Northern Ireland Protocol. They signed an international treaty with absolutely no intention of implementing it. That undermined trust, that precious commodity trust in our relationship with the Irish government, the co-guarantor with us of that agreement, and with the European Union. And instead of bluster and posturing, what was needed was patient diplomacy. And that eventually resulted in the Windsor Framework. It is a significant step forward, which I hope will solve many of the problems created by the protocol. That's why Labour supports it. But it needs to be implemented sensibly and with sensitivity to respond to unionist concerns. It's why, for example, We want to negotiate a veterinary agreement with the EU to help trade flow across the Channel and across the Irish Sea more easily. Now, because of these concerns, the people of Northern Ireland are once again without a government. No assembly, no executive. Indeed, they've had no government for most of the last 6 years, and so decisions are not being made. The single most urgent priority and the biggest responsibility on all of us is to redouble our efforts to get democracy in Northern Ireland up and running again, and that includes the Prime Minister. Where is he? If Keir Starmer was Prime Minister, he'd be there, working hard to find a way forward so that politicians can get back to work and be held to account by the people who elected them, and so that the challenges facing Northern Ireland, the longest waiting lists in the whole of the United Kingdom, nurses who haven't had any pay rise this year, a budget crisis, the terrible pollution in Lough Neagh, can start to be addressed. Huge progress has been made in bringing peace, and the very small number of dissident Republicans who want to undermine it and who shot Detective Chief Superintendent John Caldwell in Omagh back in February will not succeed. Mercifully, he survived. Conference, let us send him and his family our very best wishes and say to all his colleagues in the police service of Northern Ireland, now more representatives of both communities, thank you for what you do to help protect the people you serve. But for all the progress, those who still live with the long legacy of violence, the terrible collective trauma of the Troubles has not gone away. The people I met last week who lost loved ones, mothers and fathers, sons and daughters, sisters and brothers, want the truth and they want justice. But the government's Legacy Act, opposed by almost everybody in Northern Ireland, has taken that away from them. As one woman said to me, it's as if the death of my mother doesn't matter. That cannot be right. It isn't right. And that's why the next Labour government will repeal the Legacy Act. Now, Conference, while we should never forget the past, we must now look to the future. Northern Ireland is a place of enormous potential, talent, skill, optimism in abundance. With access to both the EU and the British market, what an opportunity. A week ago today, I was in Belfast to see the economic growth that is taking place all around the harbour and to hear about the new opportunities opening up in Northern Ireland. The slipway from which ships will once again emerge. Wind turbines, advanced aerospace manufacturing, hydrogen and electric buses, a vibrant service sector, great universities, and of course a growing television and movie industry, including the iconic Titanic studios, created out of the old Harland and Wolff shed where ship components were once painted. An historic building giving birth to a new industry which shows Northern Ireland's capacity to adapt and to prosper. And on that journey, political and economic, Labour will always be a friend to all communities. A good listener, an honest broker, a patient negotiator, because after all, that is how the Belfast Good Friday Agreement was secured. So, Conference, let us look forward to the day when Stormont is working again. Let us look forward to building strong relations with our friends and neighbours in Ireland and a better relationship with the EU. And let us look forward, above all, to a Northern Ireland forging an even brighter future for itself and all of its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Hilary. Conference, as I mentioned earlier, votes will take place at the end of today's session, and later today we will hear from we'll hear our local government report and from the General Secretary of the Cooperative Party. Conference, I would now like to ask our Deputy Leader, Angela Rayner, to address conference.
Conference, I know you will all be appalled by the shocking situation and events in Israel, where over 1,000 people, including at least 10 British citizens, are feared to have lost their lives. I would be grateful now to remember all the victims and sympathy with their bereaved if you could join us in a moment's silence.
Thank you, Angela. Conference, one of our big achievements following the elections this May was becoming the biggest party in local government. To update us on that important work of Labour councils and councillors across the country, I'm delighted to introduce Nessil Kaliskan, leader of Enfield Council and the new leader of the LGA Labour Group.
Thank you, delegates. It's great to be here in Liverpool with you. I'm Councillor Nessil Kaliskan, and as the LGA's Labour leader, I now represent the biggest political party in local government. But, Conference, I only have that privilege because of the commitment and hard work of Labour councillors, party members and Keir Starmer's team. It's a thanks to all of you that we secured amazing results in the local elections. From Amber Valley to Blackpool, Brighton and Hove to Dover, from Erewash to Swindon, we now have Labour councils and councillors in places that will decide who wins the next general election. But Labour in local government isn't just a litmus test for the victory in Westminster. Councils under new political control across the country are an opportunity for Labour to show communities the good that Labour does in power. The Conservative government can't fix our economy because they're the government that broke it. But it's Labour councils that are supporting their communities with emergency cost of living plans. Only Labour can truly be on the side of our communities. The Tories cannot win back the public's trust because they partied and they lied to all of us throughout the pandemic. It's Labour councils that got to work giving frontline care workers the help and PPE they needed to look after our most vulnerable residents. The Tories have got nothing to offer our country but the shambolic record of failure. But we can stand proud of the work that Labour councils are doing every day in their communities. Labour councillors change lives for the better. And with ever decreasing resources, we protect frontline services that are a lifeline for so many. We're placemakers, leading investment to improve our towns, our villages and building homes. But there's only so much Labour councils can do while the Tories still hold the keys to Downing Street. Because this government conference is either incapable or refuse to recognise the value of local government.
So we need Keir Starmer as our Prime Minister and Angela Rayner as our Levelling Up Secretary. A Labour government will build a better Britain alongside strong Labour councils. We welcome plans for a Take Back Control bill, devolving power from Whitehall to town halls, empowering our communities and our councils. Conference, I grew up under a Labour government, but in an area with the Conservative-run council. And despite a strong national economy, local Tories held my borough back, failed to deliver, and they stifled local prosperity. And when they got into government in 2010, they did the same to the country. Labour stands up for our communities and the services that matter, and making choices. We are on the right side of residents. Because, Conference, that's what politics is about, making choices. And the reality is, last year, the Conservatives chose to recklessly and deliberately crush the economy. And of course, council budgets aren't immune from rising interest rates and inflation. And although things have been tough for councils throughout a decade of austerity, the latest picture is perhaps, is the most dire it has ever been. Tory decisions have left our councils facing a £3.5 billion funding gap. And yes, funding and formula is part of the challenge in local government, but we also must unlock the planning system to build homes that we desperately need. We need powers to take long-term unemployment by helping local people access the skills and training so they can thrive. And councils need more autonomy so that big decisions about our towns and our cities are made by communities and local leaders. Experience and knowledge lies with those who have their boots on the ground, not an out-of-touch billionaire flying past in a helicopter. Conference, the months ahead will be the most important in a generation. This is Labour's opportunity to win big. We need a Labour government to stabilise and to grow the economy. And we need a Labour government to fix our country. And I know that Labour councillors up and down the country will play their part in helping to deliver a Labour victory. It's our common purpose that drives us. We know our country needs change, and only a Labour government can deliver it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nessil. Our next speaker is Joe Fortune, the General Secretary of our sister party, the Cooperative Party, who have grown the number of shared elected representatives with the Labour Party again this year and have been campaigning hard for cooperative solutions for communities across the country. Over to you, Joe.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Joe Fortune. I'm the General Secretary of the proud Cooperative Party. It's a special honour, Conference, to speak in this city, a city that my family emigrated to, sailed from, was educated in and still live. And thank you, Conference, for allowing me to represent the party and cooperative movement here today. The politics of the cooperative movement are positive, necessary and transformative. These sororal greetings exist because of the partnership between the Labour and cooperative parties. Ours is a partnership that Keir Starmer has described as standing the test of time. After nearly 100 years and counting, in good times and bad, he's right. It's a partnership based on shared values and principles, and it remains as strong as ever. Conference, it gives me great pleasure to report to you that your sister party is in rude health. With over 1,600 elected representatives, we're the fastest growing party since 2019, with a solid track record of wins for our members, movement and causes. Causes such as fair tax, tackling modern slavery, standing up for retail workers, fighting demutualisation and much more. We're ambitious for our movement and we are building something bigger and better than ever before. I'd like to thank the Cooperative Party's member societies, trade union affiliates and members, whose work is vital to all of our work. I'd also like to thank the tireless commitment of our party's chair, Jim McMahon. Jim stands up for the cooperative movement day in, day out, and he does so because it is the most marvellous demonstration of what extraordinary things can be achieved through collective action. Our movement brings people together to set up and run thousands of organisations, creating millions of members, generating billions of pounds. Building on the work and tradition of our retail cooperatives in supporting high streets and communities, our cooperative movement builds and owns renewable energy schemes, buys and preserves community assets for everyone to use, develops and delivers fairer finance for all, and so much more. The thing which unites all types of cooperatives and social community-owned business is that they are more resilient, more productive, more focused on community benefit and reinvestment than any other business form. It's true. Simple fact. Those within the cooperative movement do a unique and beautiful thing. They dare to be different, and often without proper support, they build a better country. Now, friends, last year I gave these Sarwar greetings, and my two children were watching at home for the first time, watching their dad do something at work. Somewhat surprised, they gave me a ring after and said, "Dad, why are you so angry and shouty at work?" Conference, I was angry because we live in a country which is crying out for more cooperative solutions, yet it lags behind the rest of the world. Our communities have been hollowed out. Our energy system left open to manipulation by a small number without wider benefit to us or the planet. Our economy geared towards narrow ownership, short-term profit extraction. It simply has to change. However, conference, we also now have hope. Hope that with hard work, we have a chance to put our cooperative ideas into practice. I'm delighted we now share a number of important, hopeful commitments with you, the Labour Party. And our commitments will go some way to correct these wrongs. It is these shared ambitions that the Cooperative Party will be focused on between now and the general election. Together, through our commitment to double the size of the cooperative sector, we will develop thousands of new cooperatives, providing jobs, reinvesting profits and hope around the country. We will build the diversity of business ownership we all know we need. Through a new community right to buy, strengthen community powers, reform business rates, we will reinvigorate our high streets and our communities. We will fundamentally transform the energy market by broadening ownership and allowing communities to benefit from renewable energy generation on a grand scale. Within Labour's mission is the most remarkable plan to generate 8 gigawatts of community-owned renewable energy, powering over 2 million homes, generating 1 million new owners of energy in this country. It will truly be a cooperatively made and owned energy revolution. Whilst we know we have more to offer, I believe we are preparing one of the strongest cooperative platforms ever. So friends, I'll leave you with this. Ahead of the next general election, the Cooperative Party are ready to play our part in the fight ahead. We are ready, we are willing, we simply must build a more cooperative future together. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. We will now take the vote from the International Growth and Energy plenaries. This may take a while because it's been a very, very busy day. And we are running slightly ahead, so that's good. So the first vote we will take is on Composite 1, Ukraine. Can I see all those in favour? All those against? That carries. Composite 2, Defence. Can I see all those in favour? All those against? That carries overwhelmingly. Composite 3, Critical Infrastructure. Can I see all those in favour? Can I see all those against? That carries. Composite 4, Industrial Strategy, Education and Skills. Can I see all those in favour? Thank you. Can I see all those against? That carries overwhelmingly. Composite 5, social care workforce. Can I see all those in favour? All those against? That's unanimous. That carries. Thank you, Conference. Composite 6, technology and AI in the workplace. Can I see all those in favour? All those against? That carries. And last but not least, Composite 7, energy. Can I see all those in favour? All those against? That carries. Thank you. Conference, we will now adjourn until 9:45 in the morning, so have a nice evening. Thank you.
Good job, you've been up here for hours.
Yeah, I know.
Everybody